madness we employ, boasted by the engine's noise. Mother Nature is our root, held the breath of life in the woods. A blanket of green from side to side, giant cedars cover the sky. The sound of a running brook, creature fled when you look. A walk in the woods took away the craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul with hope, gave me strength to cope. Love is I walk in the wood. You feel the breath of spring and hear the little bird sings. Just close your eyes and listen to the sound in the distance. I walk in the woods, took away the craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul with hope, and gave me strength to cope. Love is a walk in the woods. Craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul. Oh, what madness we employ, boasted by the engine's noise. Mother Nature is our root, held the breath of life in the woods. A blanket of green from side to side, Giant cedars cover the sky. The sound of a running brook. Creature fled when you look. A walk in the woods took away the craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul with hope. Gave me strength to cope. Love is I walk in the wood. You feel the breath of springs and hear the little bird sings. Just close your eyes and listen to the sound in the distance. I walk in the woods, took away the craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul with hope and gave me strength to cope. Love is a walk in the woods. Craziness, the hectic nimbleness. Disconnect the illusionist. A breath of fresh air fill my soul with hope and gave me strength to cope. Love is a walk in the woods. A walk in the
We also have affiliates and are operating in Catesy, Kwantlen, Coquitlam, and Stolo Nation, unceded lands, and we're very appreciative, and we're thankful to be here as guests. And I also want to acknowledge the sponsors that have gone together putting these 3 live free events together. Partly the food for all participants and volunteers has been generously donated by Gurdwara in Abbotsford, and we are extremely appreciative of that and good work that Harinder Mahel and Prabjo Parmar did in assisting us with arranging that generous food donation. We also have received generous financial donations from the Harry Sharma Foundation, from the SFU Institute for Humanities, the Berg Thorson Academy of Musical Arts, and the Government of BC's anti-racism funding and support. And from also very many smaller individuals that have made donations that help us put on this free event, and substantial individual donors like Gary Crystal, and we really appreciate all of that. And we're hoping to make this an annual ongoing event, Roots, Rhythm, and Resistance. And so yesterday, we opened the event in Pitt Meadows at the Heritage Hall. And although there was not a substantial audience on location, there was quite a substantial virtual group that tuned into the live streams, and so we welcome all you people zooming in live stream. I don't want to take too long because we have a jam-packed program, but I do want to give you a little background of where the West Coast Coalition Against Racism came from and what we're up to, because all these panels are linked. So way back in 1980, most of us that are involved in the core setup of this current formation, we were part of an organization called the BCOFR, British Columbia Committee Against Racism. The BCOFR, BC Committee, right. So yeah, we're the committee. The BC Organization Against Racism, BCOFR. Anyways, it was set up in 1980 in Vancouver to really address and confront the Ku Klux Klan that had begun operating in Vancouver. And out of that came very many progressive changes that we helped create the pressure to do, one of which was creating a labor standards legislation in BC that would protect farm workers and other people. And the first director of that labor standards officer was Harinder Mahel, who is currently the president of the West Coast Coalition Against Racism. And out of that same group of activists came things like the Canadian Farm Workers Union and Raj Chauhan, who is currently the Speaker of the House. He, in fact, was the first president of the Canadian Farm Workers Union. So with recent unrest locally and globally having to do with white supremacy, really racist actions against the Muslims and the South Asian community, it just seemed time that we had to resurface and reactivate the same energy that went into the BCOFR. So it emerged as the West Coast Coalition Against Racism, and this program over these 3 days is the first major coordinated effort that we've done. And the underlying objective of the West Coast Coalition is to, everybody's an activist. The organizations that are aligned with us, the individuals that are working through us and with us, are all activists. They're activists effectively in the channel that they're working in. What we want to do is bring that together, all of those activists, all of those organizations together to work in a more coordinated fashion and to empower each other and support each other in getting a message to combat systemic racism in all its forms everywhere. It's all rooted ultimately in the same cause, which is the capitalist, colonial intrusion and just unconscionable attempts on taking over land and people's lives and their governance and their food sovereignty, all of the things that are panels in this three-day forum that we're operating. So that's where we came from. That's where we are today. And so we're excited to open today's program with a panel on abolition. And I believe we're going to have Noah Gottfried kind of introduce that panel. And so I'll let Noah take it away from there. Noah.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. I'm just going to make this really quick and just, quickly introduce the abolition panel. Today we have 4 panelists. We have our moderator, Tanya Aganaba. We have Rabbit Richards, an abolitionist organizer. We have Nasir Al-Masri from the Palestinian Youth Movement, and we also have Haley Dash from Defund 604 and Asilu Collective and other organizations. And they're going to have I'm really excited to hear this conversation they're going to have on abolition. So take it away, y'all.
Showing up in this world in a body that can be and systemically is criminalized more than others. And it is all of those experiences that make me into who I am today, which is a proud, loud abolitionist. I am a member of the Defund 604 network, along with some of the other folks who are on this panel today. I'm also a member of Cops Out of Schools, 2 abolitionist organizing collectives that are coming together to organize and educate around the danger of police in schools and the beautiful brightness of a future without police. It's such a pleasure to be able to have a conversation with people that I love and respect very much, who are at the forefront of organizations and movements that are doing incredible things in this whack and boring town of so-called Vancouver. Yeah, I said it. Whatever. I put it out there. Vancouver sucks, but it's people like y'all that make me love it here, and it's the movements that we are a part of that make this dystopian nightmare livable. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we even begin, thank you. So when we were talking about what we wanted to discuss in this abolition panel, the first thing that popped up was maybe we should give a bit of a definition of what abolition is. And then we all shrugged and said, oh, what a whack question. But I figure maybe there are some folks who haven't been awake throughout the 19th, 20th, and 21st century, so might not have heard about abolition as a concept, as a political organizing strategy, as a tool, as a way of life, as a religion, as a way of being, as a verb. To me, abolition is a verb. Like that song, love is a verb, love is a doing word. Abolition is the very same thing. Abolition is a lifelong commitment to changing the way that you view the world, to see people's humanity and dignity all the time, everywhere. Unfortunately, we live in a system and structure that tries its very best to deny us the right to do is, I mean, technically, it's the dismantling of systems, structures, ways of being, ways of living that are considered dangerous or discriminatory towards certain groups. So, most famously, people think of abolition in a regard or in relation to the institution of slavery. But we all know slavery didn't end. Slavery just changed faces, got a new lipstick color, and we are still battling the very same elements that underpinned the desire to enslave. And we were just hearing about that capitalism, the greed, the prison industrial complex, the medical industrial complex, the nonprofit industrial complex, all of these intertwined systems and structures that work together to push down people's ability to show up in a good and healthy way in this world. We, as abolitionists, are organizing against the proliferation of those and for the proliferation of life affirming institutions, life affirming ways of being that will encourage love and positivity and encourage our healing on a mass global scale. So when people look at abolitionists and are like, oh, those people are so destructive, all they want to do is burn shit down. Yeah, it's true. But we also want to build. And the people who are here with me today on this panel are experts in that regard. We are builders. So on that note, I would like to flip this question to my esteemed panelists. Who are you, first of all? I forgot to say, Tanya, they, them is my pronouns. Who are you? What are you doing here? And what does abolition mean to you? I will pass it to Rabbit Richards first.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rabbit Richards. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I'm currently also in East Van, and I am specifically indebted to Kwantlen Nation, so I need to bring them up whenever I'm having an exposure. It's important to just let them shine too. And what am I doing here? I am constantly discussing abolition, discussing what our future could look like if it didn't look like what it's on track for now. Um, and then specific to this sort of experience, I worked for a couple of years, specifically in an anti-violence organization that works with youth through art. I've also done a lot of coaching for slam poetry. Been involved in a lot of places where people are making noise about the things that are disrupting our lives. And often it's youth who are willing to make that noise. And with regard to what abolition is to me, I come from an American context. So a lot of this for me is very much about taking what we were using to enforce slavery and continuing to enforce property protection, even if that means hurting people. Um, but I also recognize that all our struggles are intertwined. And the more I learn about the colonial project, the more I understand how little it matters who they're trying to kill, because really it's it's the same fight. Um, and yeah, I think that's enough of an introduction for me.
Thank you so much, Rabbit. I'll pass it to Nasir next.
Hi, everyone. It's fantastic to be in this space and to be sort of discussing some of these important questions. So my name is Nasir. I use he, him pronouns primarily, and I too come from what is referenced as the United States, from coming most recently from Wampanoag, unceded Wampanoag territory, in what is today known as Massachusetts. And well, it's historically also the land of the Massachusetts people, but the state, the state of Massachusetts. And I'm a Palestinian organizer. My parents came from Palestine primarily as economic, well, one half economic and the other half political refugees. And and I've been an organizer for the past over a decade. And one of the things in which I'll get into briefly, what abolition, we've sort of started to define it and understand the contours of it, but one of the things that I've sort of increasingly learned over time, as was just mentioned, the interconnectivity of many of our struggles sort of shapes this for me. But a lot of it is about unlearning not only obviously we want to undo like structures, right? Like these superstructures that are dominating our lives and killing and starving and very negatively affecting our people all around the world. But it's also unlearning the narrative that is built up because of that, right? And so that is a huge part of abolition. But moving on to what everybody's basically been saying is, and then once you've unlearned, it's not that you have to learn some perfect world or utopia that might exist, but learning again how the process, right? We were just saying that love is it's sort of it's an action word, right? And it's an ongoing action that we sort of undertake. And so part of that is not just committing ourselves to undoing and unlearning, but to finding a fruitful way to learn to rebuild and to love. And so hopefully not need in the future to unlearn and unbuild and rebuild again. Maybe the human condition in some level might lean us towards that, but we know, like we've seen, how much the efforts to love and rebuild can produce. And so that's kind of what abolition means to me. We'll talk more concretely what it looks like, but I think in a very abstract sense, that's what abolition means to me, is undoing and whilst unlearning and then rebuilding.
Thank you so much, Nasir. Beautiful, beautiful way of describing the process that we're all undergoing. Haley Dash, over to you, pal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Haley Dash. I use she, her pronouns. I'm really happy to be here today with the rest of you to be in discussion about abolition. And yeah, these were such great introductions, so it's going to be hard to follow with my own. I'm a queer and disabled South Asian community organizer who grew up in so-called Ottawa on unceded Algonquin territory. That was where I co-founded a Silu collective with some comrades of mine, where we co-led the movement for police-free schools out of our hometown, as many of us witnessed police violence and the policing of our peers when we were in school in Ottawa. And I have been residing in so-called Vancouver for a number of years now, where I organize with the Defund 604 network. I have been working with formerly incarcerated folks alongside Prison Justice Day Committee, and more recently, Cops Out of Schools Vancouver. I have been organizing alongside them and knowledge sharing, so that's been very fruitful work. Yeah, abolition, of course, is intrinsically tied to everything that I do. It's something, of course, that everyone else has been saying up until now, which is it's about tearing things down. It's about the complete annihilation and eradication of white supremacy and imperialism, colonialism, racial capitalism. I could go on and on and on. But of course, it's also about, as Ruthie Gilmore says, building up life-affirming institutions. And so community building is really important to me for that. And I do a lot of political education with youth because, of course, they're the next generation that's going to be organizing for an abolitionist future and for a future that actually works for the people and is not, oppressive and subjugating and killing our oppressed kin all over the globe. So yeah, that's a bit about me and my organizing and what abolition means to me. Thank you all for having me here today.
You're all so brilliant and wonderful, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that we just get to kick it for the next little bit and wax poetic about the thing that we are passionate about. Ooh, more of that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So Haley, you kind of jumped into something that when we were preparing for this conversation, kind of talking about some of the things that we wanted to discuss. And right around the time we started having this conversation, there was some pretty rancid propaganda, one should call it, that was floating around the internet. Specifically, one article that was going around at the time was put out by the Vancouver Sun, that was kind of talking about what's going on in Vancouver schools, right? Swarming, bear spray, knives, and machetes. Youth violence on disturbing rise, VPD warns. I wanted to talk to you all about what we as abolitionists do to respond to this kind of vitriolic propaganda, which is actually placing the blame at the feet of youth for systemic issues. How do we approach that? I'll pass it to Haley first, seeing as kids are your realm.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of feedback behind me. Oops. Yeah, I have been reading a lot about this in recent news reports like CBC, Vancouver Sun, you said, City TV, amongst others. And conveniently, they are all reaching out to police officers from Surrey RCMP and VPD to receive information on this matter, rather than, the people who are organizing around this and the people with lived experience around police violence, and the youth as well. And I feel like that really enlightens us to how disconnected mass media and the state is from what youth actually need. A lot of the reporting I noticed about violence amongst youth was talking about how none of these youth called 911. They didn't call the police while this was happening. They were bystanders. And it was actually community members who had to call 911 on behalf of them because they were witnessing this abuse that was happening in their neighborhoods. And I think, again, like, it shows that these people don't understand that youth have such little faith in the police to respond adequately to violence. Asilo Collective in so-called Ottawa has received numerous reports of victims of harm, whether this is like sexual violence happening amongst youth in schools or other harms, whether it's emotional or physical. Victims have either gone to the police themselves hoping for some sort of justice, or the school board has done this on behalf of the victims, and the police are criminalizing them. So students and youth, they are very aware that they will be enrolled into the criminal injustice system through the school to prison pipeline when they reach out to the police. And, if our voices were put at the forefront of this discussion in media, there wouldn't be so many questions about this, I think. But yeah, of course, I think we can also talk about the root causes of why this may be happening. We can think about how students have been virtually learning remotely from their schools, away from their peers for almost 3 years now. That, of course, is going to have an impact on the way they interact with their kin, with their peers, with their communities, their neighbors, even their family. And it's obviously going to impact their mental and emotional health and the ways in which they relate to one another. And social and economic inequalities, of course, impact the way youth interact amongst one another. And none of these issues are being addressed when we see this propaganda about youth violence and the requirement for a so-called stronger police-school relationship. That's absolutely not necessary. Cops need to stay out of schools. There does not need to be new policing in schools programs that already cause so much damage. And I think we need to interrogate why policing is the response that we're thinking about. I'm even thinking about the community members who called 911 on behalf of the youth as they were witnessing abuse. This was in a CBC article I recently read. Why did they not feel comfortable going up to these group of students and saying, hey, why are you doing this? Why don't we feel as neighbors, why don't we feel comfortable being in closer relation with one another? Why do we feel comfortable de-escalating situations like that? I'm not scared of a bunch of 14-year-olds. I know that for myself. I'm not sure why these adults don't feel comfortable going up to a group of teenagers and attempting to figure out what's going on. Like, why are you continuing to observe the assault and just waiting on the phone? I don't think that's an appropriate response at all. But not to put the blame, of course, on these community members. There's a lot of misinformation about how to respond to things like this. And I think that just shows that we need more political education in our communities. We need to provide that as organizers as a response to this propaganda. We also need to be providing de-escalation skills. And we need to be able to community build in a way that allows all of us to feel closer with one another, to feel more comfortable approaching situations like this.
Thank you so much, Haley. Mic drop. Everything that you needed to know about what you've seen in the news about these children, you have your answers on. And Haley, you bring up a point which I am constantly mulling over. How do we get community to understand that we have a role to play in making sure that we're safe, comfortable if you're white? I don't know. Like, how do we do that? And you bring up some really, really great suggestions for ways that we can do that, which is getting organized and providing access to political education in the ways that people understand how to consume it, right? So thank you so much. I would love to pass this same question on to Nasir or Rabbit. Please, do you have thoughts to add, or are you just like, it's all been said?
I'll go first because mine's short. I was thinking about what Haley said about people feeling uncomfortable about stepping into a situation when they see it developing. And it made me think about how white supremacy says that there are people who can be protected from risk and people who are oppressed by risk. And we have made it aspirational for people to hope to be in the class that is protected by the police as opposed to oppressed by the police. And so you end up in these struggles that seem like they're not related. But when we talk about the housing crisis and we talk about landlords bumping up rents, or we talk about potential deportations, like these are all pieces where people are going, how do I push myself above the line so that I become one of the people who is protected by the police? And sometimes that's including just being the one to call the police makes them feel like I'm on the side of the police, so they will protect me. And it's not true. It's demonstrably not true. But that's the rhetoric that keeps getting fed. And so that goal of trying to not be oppressed, instead of being manifested in community care, starts to be about how I can get out of my neighborhood, away from whatever I perceive as crime, above being a part of the risk takers. One of the things that I learned about private police force is becoming, can't think of the word, founded is not really the right word, but rich people would pay someone in England to go take their turn. So it was supposed to be everybody patrolling. And then rich people went, I don't want to get blood on my clothes. I don't want to be involved in unseemly things. I don't want to get up at night when someone says that they're stressed out. So they paid someone who was poorer to take on that role for them. And eventually that became a paid police force. And the thought of how disconnected we've become from the risk of the inherent risk of being alive, like we're just really fragile bags of liquids, right? Like we are all very close to death all the time. But this rhetoric allows us to believe we can be removed from it, and that it's someone else's job to do this. It's not my job to do this.
Yeah, no, I was going to build off of that. I think that's really, really useful way to sort of think about it. And I mean, I think to go back to something I said a little bit earlier, right? To drop back into abolition, right? Undoing narratives. One of the narratives, at least that the communities that I've interacted with, to some extent, is, you know, they're neutralized or demobilized by the idea that there's not a better option. Okay, sure, I agree with you. I've seen the bad things that cops have done, but what other choice do we have, right? And there's part of the narrative is a cap on our imagination, right, of what our societies could look like if we did sort of what you know Haley and Robert are both suggesting, right, which is giving our community members the tools to sort of say, okay, I know how to step in, or if I can't step in myself, maybe I know another community member or some other process by which to, you know, you know, reduce whatever tensions are existing, stop whatever bad things that are happening, and then try to bring it towards a situation in which we can better handle and diffuse any issues that exist. And so I think this is something that's completely left out, right? When we're saying approaching, we have to be able to use political education, to Haley's point, right, to sort of let people know, listen, there are better options. There are, like, everything is basically a better option, right? And so I think this is something that we need to work on. And you know, there's a bunch of ways to approach different folks from different either backgrounds or positions in the community, et cetera. Some people might want to see statistics. Okay, great, we've got them, right? Some people might want to hear stories. Great, we've got them, right? You know, and there's, you know, any way that you cut at it, right? So people have asked for a bunch of different ways to prove things or suggest things, whatever. We have the answers. And so finding ways to, you know, make those conversations flow more freely in our communities, I think is the way to go. And I think one of the critical things, and I'll end with this so we can move on as well. You know, I've done it within my own sort of various religious institutions as well. Trying to talk about it in places that traditionally don't talk about these things. And so that's you know, one of the many topics that I've tried to for you know, for our Friday prayers. You know, I'm Muslim, and I try to bring up topics that people tend to avoid. They tend to give simplistic historical narratives. Oh, that this occurred in the past, and we should all try to be good people. Like, great, wonderful, right? But what are our communities facing right now that they need answers to? So yeah, I see Haley wants to jump in. Go for it, Haley.
I'm just thinking more and more about this like propaganda that I've been exposed to, and it's upsetting me. So I just have so much more to say. Yeah, Rabbit and Nasir, you've made like really brilliant points, and yes to more political education, because I'm also just thinking about the parental response from those who are watching over victims of these assaults that have been happening. And there was one parent who was interviewed by a news station, and this mother was saying that she hopes that, you know, these students who are the perpetrators of the harm against her daughter are arrested, and she hopes that all their parents are dragging them by the hair to the police station. That's what she said. And this makes me really sad to hear, because I know that having these youth criminalized, although they caused immense harm to your child, will their arrest and will their integration into the criminal injustice system support your daughter's physical or emotional healing? Because I know that's not the case, and I know there are alternatives. And it makes me really upset to think that, you know, parental response to this, because your child is being harmed, is immediately that these children need to go to jail, because we know that like statistically does not help with recidivism rates, especially amongst youth. If you are going to go into the criminal justice system, if you're going to serve time as a youth, you are more likely to offend when you exit the system. And of course, that is just making all of this worse. And it's not supporting the youth who are actually causing harm, because we know there are deeper problems there as well.
Thank you for jumping back in, Haley, and expressing that frustration. I mean, I think we're all right there with you. And you bring up something that is so crucial for folks to understand, which is that criminalization isn't just a flash in the pan. It doesn't just happen one time and then you're good, unless you're white and rich. For everyone else, that can become a pipeline, right? And we've talked about this a few times, the school to prison pipeline. And I know that there's a lot of conversation around how we can interrupt that, but I'm curious to know from all of y'all's, what do you think are some root cause solutions that we can invest in or prioritize as organizers and as political educators that will get to the root of some of this student violence that's being, bandied around by the powers that be? What can we prioritize as responses? Oh, I'm seeing a note in the chat that says, Tanya, you're really quiet. Can you hear me better now? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can jump in first. Some things that have been expressed to me personally by youth that I've worked with, as well as I know youth that Cops Out of Schools Vancouver has worked with, and Asilo Collective and so-called Ottawa. Youth have all expressed that they need more mental health supports in schools that make it more accessible for them, if it's like actually physically in their school as a resource. This could be like counselors, and of course they should be trauma informed and healing centered in their practice. They should have culturally appropriate training so that we don't have white therapists perpetrating harm against like Black and Indigenous youth, for example. We need food programs. When we're thinking about youth violence, like something that comes up a lot in our conversations, in Policing Free Schools movement organizing is are they on an empty stomach? Why are they so emotional, thinking about this? And a lot of the youth on Algonquin territory have expressed that they need free breakfast and free lunch meal programs. And that's something that is really important to them. And more funding, of course, for schools in general, so they can actually adequately fund their sports programs, their after school programs. And I want to emphasize after school programs because when we think of lower income youth and their families, they really require that after school program care because their families, a lot of the time their guardians are working overtime to try to make ends meet, right? And we need to make sure that youth are adequately cared for and not just going home and not having that programming that is going to enrich their lives. We need tutors. We need, I could keep going on and on. There's just like so much that we can take away from police budgets in so-called Canada and reinvest in schools. Again, like these are the next generation of people, and they need these resources that we're actively depriving them of.
Beautiful.
Yeah, just to build off that extremely briefly, I think, when we're talking about reinvesting, right, there are multiple ways in which students, and one of them that I've just sort of seen more personally, right, students who, need a little bit extra help with various, types of work, like whether they have, particular abilities that don't allow them to keep up with pace with other students in class or whatever it might be. Those like programs are, relatively speaking, right, relative to the police budgets that are given out, are pennies, right? And obviously we want to do it away with the police altogether, but that aside, right, like a starting point, right, is pushing some of that money into programs that are helping students in school, because a lot of the students that my mother in particular has worked with, they get frustrated because, part of their frustration comes from the fact that they're not getting the help that they need to actually do their schoolwork. So their schoolwork becomes a pain in the butt. And that's just in her own experience, what she's described to me many times, on top of, right, you mentioned, Haley, students who are hungry or after school, are sort of don't have as much sort of support or structure. I think that's really great points, Haley.
you all bring up some language that I really love, which is defund. I'm always about that. But specifically, as you were talking about this need for after school programs, I'm getting frustrated because I'm thinking about the VPD cadet program, which is a program that exists where the police will go into schools and find children to join the cadet program under the guise of it's an after school program. We're teaching people how to be good citizens, if you want to call them that, et cetera, et cetera. And no questions asked. This program's funding is never questioned. It just comes, bing, bang, boom, $250K a year, Vancouver Police Foundation. So it's frustrating to me to see the fact that we're all really okay with the police being the caregivers to our children. That's really disturbing to me. And it's frustrating to see that that line item is absolutely approved every year without fail. And all of the organizations like Love, for example, where Rabbit used to work, are constantly fighting against every other community organization for a pittance of that amount to run programming. There needs to be a drastic shift in our priorities with regards to funding. And that is one of the reasons that I'm so glad that the Defund 604 network exists, because we are consistently, constantly calling for the defunding and the abolishing of the police. But first, defund to the tune of 50%, so that we can actually have some money to invest in all the litany of incredible things that you just mentioned, Haley. I'm thinking about our mutual friend, Scott, who always says, Tina, there is no alternative. Well, we've just proven to you that there's plenty alternatives. This is one of the challenges that I'm constantly thinking about as somebody who likes to punish themselves by watching city council. How do we get these heartless souls? Because like you said, Nasir, if you need facts, we got facts. If you need data, we've got data. If you need personal stories, we've got personal stories. We have all of those things, but it's the ideology that is hard to shift. And I'm going to throw it out there. What do we do about that? What do we do about that? Anybody got any suggestions? Because like, I'm stumped. Question for another day, perhaps.
Well, I mean, one piece of it is going where the growth is, going where the love is, going where the life is. So like, I don't actually think that the two city councilors we're both thinking of right now are going to change their minds anytime soon. But I do think that having invested and like fruitful conversations with youth who are already affected, with parents who are already affected, with community members who recognize that this isn't ideal. I have conversations all the time where people are like, oh, but you know what the cops are good for is this one thing. And my answer to that is great. Let's only use them for that one thing and let's see where that gets us. Like, I'm not against incremental change. I'm not trying to flip everything upside down so that no one has any resources in the middle of a pandemic we're pretending isn't happening. I want us to move in a way that supports life. And if that means that we have to continue under this regime for a year to get where we're going, then that doesn't feel as awful as we have to continue, because what else could we possibly do? It's the never ending that becomes demoralizing, right? And also, the answers are always simpler than people want them to be. It's like when people ask you how you're good at gardening and you're just like, because I've killed a lot of plants. Like, you just got to get in there and do it. And part of the answers are sunlight and water. The answers are pay attention to your garden and go be in it sometimes. The answers are not all of the pesticides I can list as quickly as possible, right?
Thank you, Rabbit, for the reminder. Whenever things get unwieldy in my mind, I always tell myself, just go get your hands dirty. And I think that that's like really good advice for all of us, for everyone, anyone who's watching this. When things feel weird, don't turn to the books, because theory won't help. Go get your hands dirty, baby. That's the only way through and out, from my own personal experience.
And also the only way to understand the theory, because listen, people start writing books, they forget how to talk to us. We are all just babies, all of us, and we get these enormous words lodged in our brains and then we can't see around them.
Note to self, don't write a book yet. Okay. Go ahead, Haley.
Thank you. I was just going to say that, yeah, the political education and theory, of course, has to be paired with organizing. The only way out of this, racial capitalist hellhole that we live in is to organize. If you're not organizing, start organizing, support movements that are happening. And, that's the only way that we can continue to gain all these like huge wins that we've had. Because we have had huge wins, like across Canada, for example, in so-called Vancouver, in New Westminster, in Ottawa, in Winnipeg, in Peel, in Toronto, in where else? Sudbury, I think, Hamilton. I can keep listing all these cities across the country, but they have removed their policing in school programs in the past few years. And that was because of the Policing Free Schools movement. And the building that we've been doing over, our big campaigns that have been happening with the support of community. So we have to keep organizing for those wins to happen and to make sure our movements are sustainable as well. Something that Rabbit brought up, and also you, Tanya, when you were asking us this question initially, is like, why is like this happening? Like, why is it such a struggle? Of course, it's such a struggle because we're up against an entire like genocidal state. But beyond that, there's just so many personal investments in policing infrastructure, whether these are like politicians or even nonprofits. So many nonprofits in this city like take money from BPD through civil forfeiture grants. Tanya, you're acting surprised, but I know you know this.
I know. I just didn't know you were gonna bring it up. Drop that. Tell them. Sprinkle. They
take money from civil forfeiture, which is horrific. But their programming as nonprofits is so reliant on it, and so the nonprofit industrial complex is so intrinsically tied to policing municipally, and it needs to stop. There needs to be another pool of funding that nonprofits can take from so they can continue their resources, because otherwise there's no reason for them to support our movements to defund the police budget because they're financially invested in it.
Oh my gosh. Haley Dash, thank you for bringing that up. Civil forfeiture is a pet peeve of mine. The second I found out about it, I was like, wait a minute. You got all my favorite homies clamoring over funds that you've stolen from other people. Wait. So in order for the work that we do, which is life-saving interventions, in order for that work to happen, crime has to happen. That seems like a vicious catch-22 for us all to be stuck in. And it's viciously unfair. And Haley, I'm so glad you mentioned a specific recommendation that you have, which is there should be an independent arm's length amount of money that is available to community organizations, initiatives, people that are just coming together in the back of their van to save lives, whatever, that is not beholden to the police, because it puts us in a horrible position and makes us unwitting co-signers to, we're very witting co-signers to the ongoing genocide. And I'm against that 100%. Haley, thank you so much for bringing up some wins, though, because that's something that I wanted to ask about. What are some of the ongoing struggles? What are some of the work that's going on continually for all of y'all? I know for me, oh gosh, there's so many incredible things that are happening through the Defund 604 network. I think about Justice for Jared. I think about the ongoing organizing and street sweeps coalition that has come around to abolish the practice of street sweeps. which is another one of those vicious kind of activities that takes place, partnership between the city and the police. What are some other things that folks are organizing around, against, or for in the communities that you're a part of? I'll pass it to Nasir first.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, as an organizer around, you know, in my that's, I think, a positive. What was the second part of your question? I think there was a second part and I'm blanking on it now. Sorry, Tanya.
Oh, come on now. I never remember what I just said. I think I asked you, what's the struggles? What's the wins? What are you organizing around?
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, I think moving beyond that, there are many things in which we're, you know, obviously working on and organizing around. You know, obviously we'll get into what abolition looks like in Palestine as well, and I think in a little bit, but, you know, it's in a really fascinating way, what Rabbit was saying earlier is spot on, right, at their introduction, which is that, you know, the intertwining of these means that there's also like a reflection of abolition work in, you know, in one place. Looks quite similar, maybe with different, you know, specific instances of struggle. But for example, right, if I don't use any sort of proper nouns, right, I could describe to you, you know, what we're pushing for. We're pushing for people to understand why we're calling for liberation of Palestine rather than a two-state solution, right? So, you know, reservations, right? There's a bunch of sort of phrases that describe how Indigenous peoples are being pushed into smaller corners. And so that's one big part of what we're doing, is explaining more broadly why we're moving away from the historical one state, two state solution debate to the liberation of all of Palestine. Political prisoners, there's a lot of work being done on political prisoners. There's a couple very recently that have caught some news headlines, not enough, obviously, but Ahmed Manasra in Palestine is a 13-year-old who was arrested without charge, now 20 years old. Even the Israeli courts deemed that he was unlawfully being arrested, and he still hasn't been released. And so there's, you know, those are some of the things that we're working on. And obviously continue to educate others. I could go on and on, I think, but, you know, BDS is one definitely area we're working, you know, sort of working on political education for ourselves and those that we're sort of in joint struggle with as well. Yeah, there's a number of other things, but I'll stop there to not go on too long.
Thank you so much, Nasir. Passing it to Rabbit and Haley. Also, Rabbit, sorry, I missed did you have another point that you wanted to add?
I don't know. Everything comes back around. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I was thinking, in terms of struggle, the ones that have been the most forefront for me right now are safe supply, harm reduction, and I am not fluent in what the wins are, but I want to be clear that that doesn't mean there aren't any. And we do not have safe supply. That's not a real thing. When people tell you that Vancouver has safe supply, when they say Canada has safe supply, we just don't. Like, for the purposes of relieving a population that is dying 6 people a day, we don't have safe supply. We have the ghost of the illusion of safe supply, and we hold it out as a fake hope for people so that they can be further marginalized. So that isn't really a very encouraging thing to say, but it is very true. And I think that there are folks who probably don't know that that's an area that really needs a lot of attention right now. Also, I've been working with the disability filibuster. We are fighting the expansion of MAID, which stands for Medical Assistance in Dying. And that's a long conversation that could be had. I can tell that my Zoom is flipping out, so I will pause.
We can hear you okay.
Oh, well then. I was thinking about some of the smaller wins that I think we tend to like gloss over because we're looking at big institutional wins. But one thing that has made me feel really good is when I'm in a classroom and a conversation is had with youth about why we shouldn't call the cops. I had one instance that I don't remember how it came up, but it definitely wasn't related. It was very much one of those oblique things that just comes up. And I said, well, don't call the cops for me. Do what you want, but don't call the cops for me. And like 3 people were like, why not? And that was a conversation that ended in,
Oh, wow. The timing was excellent.
Impeccable.
Rabbit, you have frozen on our end. Oh, you froze on our end? Right when you were gonna drop
good
the
news.
punchline.
Yeah. No problem. I've gotten to work with some festivals who are choosing to have a policy where the festival will not call cops. So what does that look like? How do we make sure that folks can feel safe attending a festival, an arts festival or a music festival or whatever? How do we build some safety into that and also recognize what's outside of our control and balance those needs without involving the cops? So that's been really useful, and I will stop.
Okay, we have a question from the audience. Hope you're ready for this. And this one I will put towards you, Rabbit, and you, Haley, myself also, but not so much as the moderator. What is the role of defund in relation to reform versus abolition? And how are we strategizing to ensure that we are actually calling for abolition and not moving towards reform? And this is specifically considering the role of social work and the nonprofit industrial complex.
Sorry, I just needed a moment to soak that question in.
Yo, that's totally natural.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think something that is really important in differentiating reform versus abolition is ensuring that the reforms that are happening are not further entrenching carcerality into ourselves and the institutions that either support or harm us. And something else is making sure that we are not losing sight of the end goal, which is ultimately abolition. That's something we cannot forget about. We can't accidentally lose ourselves in reformism because we are seeing that, there are a few wins in incremental change. Working in nonprofits, I find this happens a lot. Even for myself, I have to check myself a lot and think about, how nonprofits are not actually saving the world at all. If anything, they are causing further harm a lot of the time. They are very close pals with the police, probably everywhere, but I'm thinking VPD in Vancouver. And thinking about how those partnerships can be either formal or informal, and they can use all this social justice rhetoric went through the hiring process, for example, and in their training, and then they're still calling the cops on the people they provide services for at the end of the day. And that's extremely harmful. It's extremely violent. And regarding social work, a lot of the youth that I've worked with have called social workers cops. social workers often tear families apart. They can cause a lot of harm. And that's something we need to be really aware of when we are including social work as a part of our movements and as a means to promote incremental change.
Thank you so much, Haley. You bring up a point that I think is really crucial for us to drill down on, which is the idea that some of the institutions that we think are going to be able to stem the amount of death and suffering that is happening are deeply intertwined in relationships with the police that make the necessary preconditions for that to happen completely unavailable to us at this point. So there's a piece of graffiti which has been in the news over the last week. Whoopsies, Defund 604 strikes again. And it has, it's a giant poster that says, "Don't cry for the broken windows and feces. Cry for the people that have been killed by the VPD." And the reason that I bring this up is because right above said poster is a quote that says, "Nonprofits are not going to save us from police violence." And that is absolutely true. Again, I think it comes back to this idea that we are very hungry as a society to put the responsibility for care on someone else. And unfortunately, when we do that, and corruption is alive and well in the air, those institutions become corrupted. And though we've seen it so vividly in the institution of social work. So yeah, you know, when we've been hearing all this conversation about defunding the police and taking the police out of wellness checks, folks have been really amping up the call for social workers to be involved in those kind of things. And like you just mentioned, Haley, at the end of the day, at the first sign of anything that approaches danger, and we all have a different idea of what danger is, these folks are mandated to involve the police. So we got to be careful about who we now deputize. So thank you so much. I hope Kian, who sent that question in, you feel like you got a good answer. Rabbit, Nasir, I'm wondering if there's anything that you want to add for Kian's understanding?
Yeah, sure. A thing that I'm thinking about is I have a bit of an autistic special interest in how power works. And a lot of times the effects that we see as community members and the lines of direct harm that we're drawing aren't the point, they're collateral damage. And while that feels really bad to say about ourselves, like nobody wants to be collateral damage, but it can be really useful to recognize what the point is for the people in power who are making it happen. So like one example of that I see with regard to civil forfeiture is for us on the receiving end of services or stuck in the middle being employed by nonprofits, we're watching people not get what they need. But from a different perspective, what's happening is we are laundering the reputation of the police. The police get to say that they work with these nonprofits. The police get to tell upper class folks who might not ever interact with those services or those nonprofits that they are handling being gentler or softer or caring about the people who those nonprofits care about. So in the service of abolition as opposed to reform, it's really helpful to know what they're thinking, know what their purpose is. Why is it useful for them to offer a civil forfeiture grant to nonprofits that are doing things that they obviously don't approve of? What's the gain? And that really helps me to kind of decide where I want to move next in advocacy or in education or, yeah. And like the choices that we make about where we put ourselves. So like in a nonprofit that I was working with that was working with youth, I drew an extremely hard line and I said, we are absolutely taking zero civil forfeiture money. If we fail as an institution, or if you fire me, I refuse. There are other places where I've been that are moving away from civil forfeiture money and haven't quite got there yet. And if that conversation is about how we keep all of our services so we never have to let go of that money, I'm much less interested than if that conversation is, how do we find alternative sources so that we can drop it? And so, like, both of those are positions that are not actually stopping the practice of civil forfeiture, but they're stops in my personal ethics that stop me from being involved in something that I don't want. And they result in conversations that can cause others to also make a choice to put a hard line in front of further encroachment.
Yeah, that was spot on. Yeah, the only thing, I mean, obviously, one of the things underlying is that, like, the assumption that some reform, right, can move us in the right direction or can stop some immediate harms, right? But as you said, if it's not in the in the service of or in the direction of ultimate abolition, then we're going backwards. The only thing I wanted to sort of add on in addition to that, often there's often pressure, right, to undertake, there's pressure from abolitionists and others who, whether they're consciously or not so consciously, calling for abolition after a certain event happens or somebody is, killed or harmed in some way that gets really publicized. There's, as you were saying, I think one thing that's really, the council meetings that Tanya is attending, there's often an attempt to say, okay, here's the pressure on me, the counselor, to make some sort of change. And then how can I mold that such that it's a reform that doesn't ultimately force me to give up power, right? And to get into that, like, to be able to sort of need your hand into that and say, no, you're not going to be able to hold on to power, at least not this way, right? Not with this sort of finagling of the existing system. It's a very bizarre word. I'm not sure what it means, but I'm not sure what its origin is, I should say. I know what it means. But that's the idea, right? Is that, like, there's always pressure, coming from people who ultimately want abolition, and the ability to sort of twist and adjust so that it goes no further than reform is a very different one than saying, okay, like, we can get enough support to move this far along, and hopefully that pressure keeps mounting, and that ultimately moves towards abolition. And so, yeah, so that's just something that I've personally witnessed, is the counselors trying to twist it to their advantage. It doesn't often initiate just as their attempt to gain more advantage, but rather our push to make them face questions they didn't want to face before. Sorry. Yeah.
Haley, go ahead.
Something that I'm just thinking about as we're all talking, and in terms of, like, how to move away from reform and make sure that we're not, falling into this trap, is especially when, like, so much of our abolitionist language has been co-opted, which is very concerning. Even the term abolition, right, that's being warped. Something that is really important for us as organizers is to also make sure that we are constantly building supports in community, so we don't have to rely on institutions and nonprofits to provide care for us and to provide services for us. And we need to make sure this care stays in our community, because we know that, of course, as we all, the saying goes, we keep us safe. The state is not going to keep us safe, and, nonprofits are not going to keep us safe. And so we have to make sure that we are constantly building and making sure that we are in community with one another, so that we can care for each other, because that is really how we're going to reach abolition.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And as you're mentioning, this idea of caring for one another, I think about throughout the ongoing pandemic that we're living through, because it's still happening. It's been really beautiful to witness the proliferation of more and more mutual aid projects, some official, some unofficial, some, like I said, just 3 guys in a van figuring out what needs to go where. And it's that kind of initiative that I'm seeing flourish right now that makes me feel super hopeful. And makes me feel like, okay, we know how to do this. It's in our DNA as human beings to care for one another if we have the necessary preconditions to allow us to step away from what we believe is our real lives, your job, the expectations of the world, your feed, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever feed you're slopping at, getting your daily fix. Once we separate ourselves from those things, like, we are all just naturally able to care for each other, but we didn't have the time, we didn't have the space, we didn't have the funds. I don't know if you remember when all that CERB was floating around. When CERB was floating around, normally it's just us Crips passing around $100 to each other, but it was like everybody had a little bit extra to be able to pass around and to be able to care for other folks and to be able to support people. And also it gave a lot of people the space to be able to get paid for the care work that they're just doing on a day-to-day. Supporting your elder who needs food. We were suddenly getting paid to do that. And it made us have more capacity to care for more people. I'm speaking for myself actually now. It made me have the capacity to care for more people, which is why I'm like, UBI for everybody. We all need a basic income, but that's a conversation for another time. I would love to switch gears if we can and talk a little bit about something that's been a conversation that I've had with Haley, and something that has been coming up a lot in the Cops Out of Schools organizing, which is the experience of Palestinian youth in quote unquote Canadian schools. Specifically, from what I have heard, there's been instances of students who are Palestinian being criminalized, being punished, and having negative interactions. Obviously, we know that racialized students, immigrant students, students that are coming to these lands from elsewhere are much more likely to experience discrimination and things like that. But obviously, there is a political element that is attached to this that makes it a lot more potentially dangerous for families involved. So I would be curious, I would love to know more about what's happening in that scenario, if either Nasir or you, Haley, would feel comfortable to share. And also, some action items for who we need to hold to task would be lovely.
You want to go first, Haley? Or? Okay. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think there's no shortage in terms of list of things that I could say that are occurring to Palestinians or anybody who stands in solidarity with Palestinians or is working towards liberation of Palestine all across Canada and anywhere. But there are a number of sort of incidents that I could point to. There are students who, for example, there's the P is for Palestine, a book that was pulled out of libraries, which, if you want to, we could talk about whether everything is political or not. I know people say that a lot, and I tend to agree, but is relatively speaking not, as directly discussing the liberation of Palestine, but rather sort of the people's culture and history and experiences, and gets pulled out of schools. Oh no, anti-Semitism is the label splashed on that. There are students. There was a high school student, I believe, in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken, that wore sort of a kufi, or the traditional Palestinian scarf, to school, and was told you either have to take that off, or you'll be suspended, or sent home, or something along those lines. There was, there's a couple other incidents. I believe there was a Black student who was making the morning announcement, said "Free Palestine" at the end of them, and got in big trouble for doing this, right? So there are a number of incidences that we can point to, and college campuses have similar sort of experiences where students are written off as anti-Semitic, sort of shut down in terms of their events. Organizations banned on campuses, and or sort of unable to either organize events or get funding or whatever it might be. And so these things happen across any place that there's Palestinian organizers in Palestine and outside of Palestine. This is the normal experience. I can speak from my own background, but I'm sure many other Palestinians will share this. It's interesting because for those whose parents had just come to, let's say Turtle Island, right? And any spot across it. A lot of their idea was, okay, we're coming, we're trying to rebuild our life because we couldn't build it there in certain ways. And so keep your head down and don't get in trouble, right? And so this feeds into the sort of attitude that I think Anya was speaking to earlier, and Haley briefly. But it feeds into we have to keep ourselves above that line, right? Or keep those folks in power, happy with us, seeing us as not a threat to the existing system, seeing us as not a threat to white supremacy. I think that happened a lot with the previous generation out of fear of, having no home or having no economic opportunity or whatever it was. And so it's interesting to see this next generation of youth who are like, no, I'm born and raised here, and I'm able to I understand exactly the trauma that my parents experienced. I experienced some of it, but now I'm kind of breaking out of that. I'm trying to move beyond that and sort of speak out. And it's not just Palestinians, as you're saying, right? Like there's a lot of folks who realize that, like, Palestine, that word itself, Palestinians or Palestine, was taboo for so long. And so now I think there's been a bit of there's been just a bit of a shift in that, at least for your average person. Now, what does that mean when you come up against systems of power that do not want you to speak on Palestine? And maybe I'll end with this note. I'm sure I can sort of get into lots of other details if people have them. But one of the reasons that places like the American government or the Canadian government or the British government or anybody else is clamping down on these students and these forms of expression, right? Is because it challenges the very threads of their societies, which are by their nature inherently colonial, right? So there is no way for you to come in and say, Israel is a settler, the Zionist project is a settler colonial project that pushes out and indigenous people, takes over their land and makes space, for one society while pushing out the Palestinians in this case, right? They can't say, yes, that's wrong. Settler colonialism and pushing out indigenous peoples is wrong. They can't turn around and then say, well, we're not doing that here. Right. And so that it challenges the sort of the threads of society on which at least, Canadian people or those identified as Canadian nationally and the Canadian government rely on. They can't undo that narrative in the case of Palestinians and call for their liberation and freedom while also doing that, which is why you see a whole bunch of connections between the Canadian government and the Israeli one, as well as a number of others around the world. I hope I answered all your question. You asked what can we do about it? I guess there's a lot of things that I could start listing. Haley, I'd love for you to jump in here, but there's obviously the call for BDS is the starting point, something that we constantly in the Palestinian youth movement and elsewhere, what we've really pushed for is getting people to understand that boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning, right, will put pressure on Israel, right? But there needs to be so much more work to get people to understand why liberation is critical, right? Why the act of boycotting, divesting from, and sanctioning South Africa did not lead to, right, liberation and entire justice, right? In South Africa. And so I think there's a lot to sort of unpack and learn from South Africa, which a lot of Palestinians are doing, the Palestinian youth movement. We think about it a lot, the fact that 90 to 92% of land is still owned by white South Africans, right? So there's a lot of ways in which there's a push. So BDS is just a starting point. Political education is really, really critical. I think, there's a lot of different ways to approach strategy, but one surefire way to ensure that you'll have long-standing resistance to these forms of colonialism is sort of organizing with engaging in joint struggle, right? Understanding that your struggle is my struggle, my struggle is your struggle as well, is I think a surefire way to sort of have a very, very strong community that can then work outside of and sort of either take over or push out these colonial governments. Those can they don't need to be the first places that we start. We don't need to be lobbying or just trying to push BDS within universities. But I think that the joint struggle work, organizing at our community levels is critical. I'm sorry, I went on for a bit, so yeah, I would love to hear others' thoughts.
Can we ask a question from the floor here? Yeah, I don't know if you can comment on the pressure from the Israeli government to deem other Jewish heritage people as being anti-Semitic when they're not supporting the current government. That just seems so absurd. And the pressure internationally and in Canada and in the Canadian universities to accept that international definition that calls Jews anti-Semitic.
Yeah, sure, I can answer that extremely briefly. It's a great question. I mean, as you said, it's quite absurd, right? There's the idea that calling a political project, right, unconscionable and wrong. The whole goal of the Zionist project was to make the concept of Zionist and Jewish one, right? So that, you know, in and of itself, right, is an absurd idea that every single person of a faith background, right, would then have some stake in this political project. That, by the way, if you go back and read early Zionist literature, was extremely anti-Semitic, in that many, you know, of those that supported Zionism, and particularly those in Western Europe, but not just in Western Europe, were extremely hateful towards Eastern European Jews, really saw them as backwards and the reason that Jews were experiencing, you know, all sorts of anti-Semitic activities in Europe. And so, you know, the entire project was built on a racist basis. The entire project, from its start to its finish, was a political settler colonial project based on the idea of white Jewish supremacy, right? In that case, even other Jews from other countries. You know, one of the things that I study, I don't know if I mentioned that I'm a graduate student, I study the Iraqi Communist Party and its history, right? And the strong, you know, sort of Jewish presence in the Iraqi Communist Party. Nobody wanted to leave their homes in Baghdad. Why would they, right? They were Jewish Iraqis and they were proud to be so. And so, you know, this is, you know, I don't mean to just bring up anecdotal, but like the idea that this whole entire project was rooted in sort of, you know, white supremacy concepts of settler colonialism, you know, the framing of land without a people, people without a land. It's an entirely political project that needed the cultural and sort of religious aspects of Jewish identity to sort of you know, garner support for it, rather than actually working within the Jewish communities to see what they needed in places like Latvia or Russia or wherever they were, right? And so, yeah, very much started. We could talk about the class dimensions of this. We could talk about the sort of, you know, obviously we've spent a lot of time talking about how much of a settler colonial project it is. But yeah, so that's the very good question, and yeah, it's really sort of absurd to think about that. I hope I answered that.
Yes, I also have a question for you. Just an observation. I think that when it comes to abolition, part of our problem is systemic. It's not just systemic here in our own culture, it's global systemic problems. And it revolves around the fact that, especially over probably about the last 7,500 years, we've gotten away from community. And the way everything is set up now, everybody is encouraged to have their own castle, so that you have everything in your castle, and as a result, you raise your drawbridge and you're separated from the rest of the world. And supposedly that keeps you safe. The problem I see with that is that if you want to accomplish abolition, you actually have to break down those walls and have people join back together and create community. Because once you start creating community, you start reducing the requirement for police forces or all these other institutions that ultimately are designed to keep us separate. And it also, I think, goes back to, you know, our global problems around climate change and some of our other global problems, in that everything is... Did you lose me there?
Sorry, Peter, you cut out for a second there. You cut out right after you said climate change.
Yeah, I'm okay. I guess I'm back in again. Okay, am I back in again? Yes. I think it's the whole commercialization of our civilization that is driving us apart, and people, when they don't have that strong sense of community, tend to, I'll say, react to everything around them rather than, being proactive and finding ways within their, community to solve their problems. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I think I would like to challenge one piece of it while agreeing with you almost completely. I think that it's true in higher or upper classes, and the whiter or the more access you have to whiteness. I think that it's very true that you're constantly encouraged to put up walls around yourself and maybe your family, but even maybe not. But there has always been resistance. There's always been community. And a lot of the places where we see communities that fight very hard but seem not to have made gains has involved deliberate and systematic either dismantling or co-optation or just government intrusion. There's a lot of places where the word in my head is home and hearth, but that's not what I'm going for at all. It's a common experience for marginalized peoples to be part of a community that is doing everything it can for one another and still falling short of a safety or a baseline of having needs met. And so I think that it's important to recognize that in this context, because no one isn't fighting except the people who are being served by the system the way that it currently is. So I think it's easy to get discouraged and kind of demoralized when we take it at such a large scale. The things that the global north is doing to the global south are horrifying. And if we take that on board as an individual up against whole structures, we cannot stand. It's not possible. We are very small people. But together, we do have the ability to make changes that grow outside of the amount of power that we individually hold.
Yeah, something that I've been stewing on a lot is, people get demoralized when they expect that their, months or year of work or something like that is going to make that big, huge change. And tomorrow I'm going to wake up and Palestine will be liberated. Like, that's never how it was. It's never how our communities have changed. And so you have to sort of, keep cutting at it. And we're small beings. We're going to pass on at some point, and then somebody else is going to, pick up the mantle. And so that's how we operate. Agreed.
Like both of you, I
severely bullied. And there were days where actually I didn't feel like going to school. I just went because I had to go to school, I had to learn. But the schools never did a damn thing. Is there anything that we could do now for future so that kind of crap doesn't happen anymore?
I'm so sorry. We missed the first part of your question. Can you start again, please?
Yes, I was severely bullied when I was in high school and elementary school. And the school never did a damn thing about it. And I was wondering for future generations if there is a way that we could make it so that doesn't happen again.
Does any one of you feel equipped to answer this question?
I would just say that, it's something that we've been talking throughout our discussion here today is community building, and making sure that it is what we're relying on is our community, it's our family, whether it be biological or our chosen families, and people we feel deeply connected with to care for us, rather than relying on the institutions that are oppressing us too much. That doesn't mean the school shouldn't be doing something, obviously, but I think in terms of like organizing power and people power, we need to make sure that we are organizing with youth and making sure that they know that they are the ones who also have power to do something, and they also have the power to care for one another, and so community building is I think something really important, but of course in terms of um, organizing, we can also look at how we can pressure school boards to provide proper resources for youth who are being targeted, whether this be by their peers or by staff, because that's something that we've heard a lot of out in Ottawa, school staff targeting students in racist ways because of their gender expression, et cetera. And so there needs to be that that aspect also needs to be incorporated into our organizing as well, because we can't have teachers causing harm in classrooms. We can't have teachers relying on policing of their students, when there is, bullying going on, or if there is like youth violence. I hope that kind of answers your question. Does anyone else want to add to that?
I just want to make note of something that Sejal dropped in the chat for us. For those of you who are watching in person or watching through the internet, you can't see it. Or sorry, thanks, Kian. What they brought up was the Youth Vital Signs report, which came out in 2015 in Surrey. Youth are calling for, in that report, more youth-led free spaces. So if there's that's something specific that we can organize around, that youth have asked for, that it's 2015, it's 2022 now. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if there's a bunch of youth-led free spaces in our community. I'm pretty sure there's not. But that's one thing that we could all do to support youth, to make sure, I'm not sure what your name is in the audience that asked the question, but that folks don't have the same experience that you did when you were in school. Rabbit, Nasir, anything that you want to add?
I was also a victim of bullying when I was in school, and I think that I like the idea that a lot of parents have about moving away from the way that school is currently being conducted, held, regulated. That's not to say that I don't think we should have schools. I do, but there is a heavy bend in the way that schools are adjudicated that pushes toward peace at the cost of justice, toward silence at the cost of people getting to actually express the things that are important to them or that they need to learn. And I think that it's important to move away from narratives about bullying that serve other ends. So a lot of times we'll hear about a school shooter that they were bullied, and then there's all of a sudden a lot of money available for anti-bullying campaigns because nobody wants that ending. But realistically, that's not actually what's causing school shootings, and it's not helping to focus the money in that way, because that's not what we're doing. So I think like that's just an example. There are other ways as well, but I think focusing on the needs of individuals and communities as opposed to what is best to keep everyone quiet or everyone able to be employed or everyone out of the way. A lot of times we hear about summer programs, and instead of talking about the incredible opportunity to work with young minds about something that might matter to them, we hear a lot more about how their parents just need to get to work. And so if the focus of a youth schooling is the advancement of capitalism and making sure that everyone is out of the way instead of being meaningfully engaged, I don't think that the path to fixing those problems is going to ever
what?
Is going to ever, come on.
Come on, Rabbit.
Rabbit, are you still there?
They muted, I think.
Okay, while we wait for Rabbit's oh, there it is. Rabbit, sorry, we had another moment where you dropped off right when you were about to drop the magic.
My Zoom is a trial. Do you have any idea where?
What was the last thing that Rabbit said?
Yeah, it's like that.
I had 10 thoughts since then. I'm sorry. Never mind. You know what? We'll come
That's
back to
okay.
it.
We'll let it go.
I do know that Haley would like to jump in and say one more thing.
Oh yeah, I can. If we want to go back to speaking a bit more about Palestinian youth in so-called Canada and the experiences of them, Asilo Collective has recently been in conversation with Palestinian Youth Movement of Ottawa, and they're a group of high school students, and they've recently been organizing around Nakba Day, commemorating the Nakba. And that was on around the time of May 15th. And so leading up to that and afterwards, they were hosting solidarity rallies and walkouts. And across Ottawa, they were receiving reports that they were discussing with us about Palestinian students and allies experiencing a lot of policing in their schools for saying they're Palestinian, for talking about Palestinian resistance, for having Palestinian flags, being told to like throw it out or putting it back in their locker, and a lot of this, of course, is like intricately connected to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and suppressing the Palestinian identity and just erasing it from our consciousness, right? That is part of the Zionist project. And so I also wanted to kind of make a similar connection to what Nasir was saying about how Canada and Israel have these very strong ties, and we can also link that back to policing in schools. There's the sharing of military strategies of arms, of like tactics, of suppression, of capital between Canada and Israel. And yet this is like such an easy and free flow of like these resources across borders, yet Palestinians still don't have the right to return. There's Indigenous people across Turtle Island who cannot freely move across these colonial apartheid borders, and migrants and refugees all the same. So the policing of students here is absolutely tied to that. And so when we're calling for the abolition of policing in Canada, we are also calling for the abolition of policing globally, and global structures of subjugation for all oppressed people, for all colonized people. And something else I wanted to bring up is the IHRA definition that has been adopted by the Ontario provincial government, which has suppressed a lot of Palestinian solidarity organizing in Ontario because Palestinians and their movements are being considered anti-Semitic, just like Nasir was saying. And so this is also being incorporated into like public school boards and the way they respond to movement organizing like this. And so the statements that, for example, the Ottawa Carleton District School Board and the Ottawa Catholic School Board have released play into this, and they are operating under the assumption that anything related to Palestinian resistance and solidarity is inherently, the words they use is disrespectful, hateful, anti-Semitic. They don't want to be political, when they, in recent weeks, have been posting on their social media platforms. These are public school boards in Ottawa. They've been posting solidarity statements with Ukraine in recent weeks. And so, yeah, exactly. Tanya's face says it all. So there's obviously also this stereotype of Arab Muslim criminality that is being invoked as well for these students, that is extremely violent. Police have shown up to some of the walkouts that have been happening in Ottawa. I believe it was Sir Francis Xavier High School. I will call you folks out for that. Calling cops on your students, which is extremely violent. And yeah, the response to this has just been really abhorrent. And yeah, I would just say in terms of action items to like uplift the demands of Palestinian youth movement, Samadoun, and like other groups that are doing the work.
Thank you so much, Haley, for drawing the links between all of these seemingly disparate institutions that actually have deep and dangerous relationships that make it really, that undermine the work that we're trying to do. So it's great to be able to kind of like see that mind map and be like, oh, I was going to swear just then. Those people all suck. But yeah, thank you so much, Haley. As always, your brilliance is astounding. I'm really grateful that we've been able to take some time to talk about the lived experience of Palestinian youth on Turtle Island. And Nasir, thank you so much also for just highlighting how impossible it is actually for so-called Canada to come out and say what we all know to be true, which is what is happening here is genocide and ethnic cleansing and vile behavior by an occupying state. It's impossible for them to come forward and say that because we are living the same reality here. We may not be experiencing shelling on a day-to-day, but like the violence is real and more insidious in another way. So thank you so much. I think it's crucial that we are making these links and making the connections because sometimes it feels like we all need to pick a lane and stay in it, but this is a 4,000 lane highway. Okay, we just got to figure out how to roll it up.
That's exactly that. I mean, the metaphor is useful because I was just going to add one last point, and this is exactly it. I mean, the 3,999 of those lanes are being taken up by tanks and police cars, right? Like when we talk about abolition, right? When we talk about getting rid of the police, military, intelligence, security, industrial complexes, right? They're exactly the institutions that are allowing, and connecting, right? Like most directly connecting these projects. And so for one of them to admit would require for one of them to stop, funding and supporting these things would then require the other one to admit and stop. And so, and that disrupts these industrial complexes, and that just doesn't work for the pocketbooks or the power interests of Canadian, Israeli leaders, businesses. Yeah, we could get into much more detail there, but I'll stop there. Sorry, Rabbit, go ahead. Yeah,
I was going to say, or the VPD getting training from the Israeli military.
100%. There's a lot of police forces all over that go to go and learn from Zionist forces. Support, yeah, like I mean, where we can get all the way down in Kian. That's exactly right.
Oh, you all are brilliant. I'm looking at the time and realizing that it's almost been 2 hours. Do you remember at the beginning of this when we were like, I don't know, how are we going to do this? Is it going to be okay? Yeah, of course it's okay. I want to just make sure that we throw it back to the audience to see if there are any more questions in the room. Peter Tam, I know that you're probably the person with the microphone. So if there's anybody in the room that has a question or anyone in the chat.
I have one more question, sorry. Years ago, there's a fellow, his name was John McKnight. I think he taught at Northwestern University at one time. But he looked me in the eye one day and he said, you're talking about working at community development. You better understand that community by definition has boundaries. Your job is to spread the boundaries and be sure you're not creating a closed camp that you're working to move beyond. What are your thoughts on that? That stuck with me my whole life. That's why we have this coalition.
I mean, I got there from reading Ruth Gilmore's work in geography, that as we're recognizing what our struggles are, we are not unaffected by the struggles of the next community over. One thing that, this is very off topic, but it's a good metaphor, you'll see. I grew up in New York City, and people would often say things about how you couldn't possibly have community feelings in a big city environment. But what actually happens is that the communities overlap. So it's true that maybe only the poor people only ever know the bodega on the first floor, and that other people have a secret door that they never have to even contact the public and go straight to the top floor, but they're still in one building. And so as we analyze how our communities overlap with each other, we're gonna find the fuzzy edges. None of us are in one community, even if even if our focus is on one community. I am Black, I am also Jewish, I am also autistic, I am also disabled, and I'm never gonna not be a part of all of those communities, which are gonna reach in different directions. And so if each of us is connecting to the like bigger network of where our communities touch, there is a possibility for that kind of growth to happen, and not to just silo us because we're working on one issue.
Thank you, Rabbit. Passing it to Haley.
Yeah, I think that it's absolutely our job as organizers to expand our communities as far as possible, and not just expanding our communities and integrating more people into our own movements, but also cross-movement strategizing and cross-movement organizing, and making sure that, because ultimately the state is out organizing us. They have so many more resources than us. This isn't our fault, of course, as the oppressed people. But because of this, and because of the predicament we are in, we need to build, yes, as Nasir is saying in the chat, we need to build people power, because we outnumber them, right? Like, that is not an issue. The issue is politically educating our kin and bringing people together across different movements, and making sure that, we are all in the know about how our movements are connected, because they are. Just like I was talking about how policing in schools is absolutely related to the apartheid and ethnic cleansing, and the genocide happening in occupied Palestine, right? It's exactly in alignment with how so-called Canada treats the Indigenous peoples here within our borders, and just the existence of borders being violent, and looking at migrant and Indigenous solidarity, and all these other things that are like so connected, because racial capitalism and white supremacy is like entrenching everything in the world right now, because of imperialism and because of colonialism, and the ways in which it has spread over centuries. So I think this is something we really need to focus on, as people who organize. And yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Nasir, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think you both said it really well already. I can add one or two short things. One, I mean, it's spot on that our current experiences are obviously so intertwined that, expanding our boundaries, of what we imagine to be our communities is critical, right? Like, there's no way any single community can look inward. This is something that I've struggled with, right? With the various Muslim communities that I've interacted with, is the habit, and for a lot of reasons, but especially since 2001, a lot of them have been like, let's just make sure people understand we're good, we're with you all, and this is in the so-called USA. Like, the idea has always been to no, we're the good ones, we're okay, we're not troublemakers, right? And that attitude, and when the Muslim ban and everything sort of happened, the same response, and my reaction to it was, I understand why you're reacting in such a way, but we have to like back up and understand, right, what the struggle has been from the beginning, what the roots of the idea of the Muslim ban is, right? What class dimensions are coming into this as well, because a lot of you are pandering, right, to these are relatively middle and middle upper class Muslims pandering to sort of white supremacist institutions. And so And so this is something that, that is critical, is that we move beyond those sort of narrow, inward looking community, which is understandable. I'm not saying that it's not a surprise that people do that. It's because, you stay close to what you know, but people have been and will continue to move across those boundaries. And I think that that's necessary. And the second thing, and the last thing that I'll say is, it's really interesting for us to be at this point where we're discussing this now, because the origins, right, of sort of, global capitalism and, colonialism that stemmed from the need of capitalists in various parts of Europe to offload excess, production, and to, we could get into the economics. We could talk about, Samir Amin or the Pratnaik's recent book and whatever, as stuff that I've just sort of very excitedly gotten into in the last couple of years. But it's really important to understand that the origin, right, of the system that we're fighting against, right, is so deeply rooted in taking control and power over so many other, first so many other lands, right, and then groups of people, that you cannot fight it one by one. And that's what colonizers were very effective at, was picking people off, siloing people, and then saying, oh, like, you 100 people want to fight us? Good luck, right? Like, you're coming up against our guns and ships and whatever else. And so that's the origin of a lot of the problems that we face. Not every single one, right? But like, at the root of it is that. And so everything that we're fighting against has been based on the idea that, right, that we will not gather together and stand up to the colonizers and the powers that exist. So that's something I think, just to keep, and to the point that somebody made earlier, the question that was asked about, siloing off individualism and that sort of thing. I think Rabbit's answer was really positive. But even moving beyond the individual person to individual communities, right? The same logic exists, where it's like, yes, you could probably do a lot of fantastic work by just looking inside of your community, but we need at least some of our folks that are also looking outside, working outside, right? Bridging these gaps that might exist, because we realize there's not actually, the gaps that exist are not like insurmountable gaps. They're just natural, perhaps language or cultural things, whatever. Wonderful. Like, we all have our own individuals and differences, and we're Rabbit says it, for those of you that can't see the chat, we ain't free till we're all free, which is spot on. Thanks for helping me conclude, Rabbit.
Yo, what a marvelous conclusion. And I thank you so much. All three of you really illustrated how important it is for us as organizers to focus on this idea of broad-based organizing, where we're bringing together our seemingly disparate movements, because once we are all at the same table moving forward, it's impossible to deny that power, right? But like you said, if we continue on this siloed journey, we are playing directly into the hands of the state. That's exactly what they want for us and from us, for us to tucker ourselves out, try to fight them on an individual, one-on-one, struggle-by-struggle basis. So I feel inspired as heck. I feel like there's so many ways for the different groups that the four of us, are a part of, to come together, to collaborate, but on a larger scale, thinking about SANSAT, thinking about West Coast Anti-Racist Society. Sorry, I'm sure that's not what it's called. My bad. Anyway, there's an opportunity for us all to put our organizing together and collaborate in a good way, and that makes me feel hella excited. Flagging, it is 1:56 p.m. I would like to just leave a little bit of time for folks to share any last thoughts that they want to give to the audience. Specifically, where can folks find out about the organizing that you're doing? How can folks support you? Do you need money? Like, do you need a ride home? Never mind, most of us are already home, but share with the people what you're working on, how folks can support you, and where folks can find you if they need you. Okay, I will gladly volunteer somebody. I'll start with Haley Dash.
Yeah, you can find Asilu Collective on Instagram and Twitter, and we post pretty frequent updates about our organizing. We've recently been working with racialized and migrant families and students who are being policed in schools. So you can learn a little bit more about the ways in which that's happening through our updates. and the Defund 604 network that I'm also part of. Again, Twitter, Instagram, posting frequent updates there about the work that we do. Cops Out of Schools, also Vancouver, same exact thing. I'm just gonna plug all that. Yeah, I would just end off, I guess, with uplifting the demands of all these groups. Defund the police, free Palestine, from the river to the sea. Yeah, we're not free until we're all free, as Rabbit said really eloquently. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley Dash. I'll pass it on to Rabbit.
My name is Rabbit. My last name is Richards, and that's my Twitter. And everything I do is on Twitter at all times.
You're the best, Nasir.
That was epic. You can follow PYM, it's at Palestinian Youth Movement, spelled all the way out with nothing else in between, on Instagram. We post regularly, and it's sort of all across Turtle Island, all the things that we're doing. And so, it's a fantastic place to find us.
You're so brilliant. And for those of you who would like to know about what I'm doing, it's all the same as these folks. You can find me at Defund 604 Network. You can find me at Cops Out of Schools. You can also find me at Ethos Lab, working with young folks. Although right now you can find me writing a very blistering report for the city of Vancouver alongside Haley Dash. This report is called the Decriminalizing Poverty Report. And we are writing about specific recommendations that the city of Vancouver should prioritize to ensure that we move away from criminalizing people that are living in property. I want to criminalize people that are living in property, for sure. No, criminalize people who are living in poverty. We will be hosting an in-person event on Thursday. I was about to say January. Thursday, May 26th. That's this Thursday from 2 to 5 p.m. at the Japanese Language Hall in the downtown East Side, Japantown. If you have thoughts, feelings, emotions that you would like to share with me about why you hate the police, why you don't like the city of Vancouver's current strategy for dealing with poverty, homelessness, sex work, mental health struggles, and addiction, this is the space for you to come and share those thoughts. We would love to get your feedback and also to include your suggestions in our recommendations. So for more information about that, you can not find us on the internet because we're not posting it on Twitter. You can email us at decrimpoverty, DECRIM, poverty, POVERTY, @gmail.com for more information. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart my panelists from heaven, Rabbit Richards, Nasir Al-Masri, and Haley Dash. I also want to give a huge thank you to the fine folks that brought us together, to Sejal for the invitation, and to Noah for the invitation for us to collaborate and bring this panel. It's been such a sweet treat to be able to, like I said, wax poetic about the things that we're passionate about, to get a little bit angry, to let my eyebrows shake a little bit. I did all of the things. It was really wonderful. Does anybody have anything else they want to add before we say our goodbyes?
Thank you for being such a fantastic moderator. Loved it. The energy was next level.
I do my best.
So thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kian. And thank you so much to all the fine folks who are in the space. Thank you for your questions, for your care, for your love, and for listening to us. We really appreciate it. Abolition, like we said, abolition is a verb. If you are interested in doing shit, don't holler at me if you're not interested in doing anything. If you're interested in doing shit, you can find me on my locked Twitter account at Tanya Aganaba. Send me a DM, get back to you in 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, there was the swear word, my bad. Okay, y'all, thank you so much. Wait.
Just quickly, just want to thank the four of you, Tanya, Nasir, Rabbit, and Haley. Thank you so much. what an amazing conversation. I just want to let the folks know who are watching on the live stream, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with a panel of land, air, and water defenders. That'll be in maybe 10, 15 minutes, however long it takes us to get set up. I'm not sure exactly how long, but stay tuned. And again, thank you so much to the panelists. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Nasir, Rabbit, Haley, I love you. Hey, Joel, thank you.
Are we still on the live stream? Oh.
Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach me how to be? In the lightness of my being, can you teach me how to feel? In the dying of a moment, can you teach me what is real?
Okay, we're streaming live. Okay.
But
Th-
Rob,
yeah.
Rob, okay, well, it doesn't, yeah, they don't see you this way. You're looking at them, but the cameras are not seeing your back of
Oh,
your
but
head.
they don't need to see me. I need to see them.
Okay, turn a little, just slightly.
Okay.
You're just seeing the back of your head. The
Who
camera's
says
all
you
over
can't
here.
teach an old dog new tricks? There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm the dog. So, anyways, so this is the second day of a three-day event, and sponsored by the West Coast Coalition Against Racism. It's called Roots Rhythm Resistance, Anti-Racism Symposium and Performance. And we've had 7 panels. We just finished up a really amazing panel on abolition, where knocking down all of the colonial constructs that limit all of our freedoms and rebuilding them in ways that are sustainable and respect everybody. So this is another chapter in that. The West Coast Coalition, everybody that's part of as organizations, whoop, did we lose that a little bit? Organizations and individuals are all activists. They're doing really strong, good work in whatever lane they're organizing in. What we're trying to do is encourage all of these groups that are ultimately all rooted in colonial exploitation of their humanity and their rights and their food and their land and their water and their children and their governance, and it's all connected. And we want to encourage all of the people involved in this struggle to work more closely together. So coming up here, we have an interesting, exciting panel, updates from land, water, and air defenders. And to show how committed people are, we have Stacey Gallagher there laying in his bed with COVID. But you can't keep a good man down. And then we're really, really honored and excited to have, now, you have to correct me if I don't get this right, Sakyus, the hereditary chief of the Whitlock Nation, George Quaxsister Jr. And we're very, very honored that George can be part of this. He led a flotilla yesterday in further pressuring the government to eradicate the coast of all the open pen fish farms. And he's been really the driving force for getting not only the farms out of the Discovery Passage, but getting the farms totally out of the coast. And we have Cedar George Parker here, who is, for the rest of us, is a youthful voice when old buggers like me who are 75, and Buckman Coe. And so these are both men from the front lines who are leading the awareness and the action. And Cedar not only has been doing tremendous work as a spokesperson for the Tsleil-Waututh Nation that he's part of, but has also been leading a lot of mentoring youth about understanding how all of the elements of systemic racism, whether it's protecting inlets and waters and salmon and fish and wildlife and the climate, it's all ultimately connected, and the people who in the end are going to make the difference are the young people. And Buckman Coe, Buckman Coe is a musician, but importantly too, he's been on the front lines of damn near every struggle on the coast that I can think of, plus internationally, working in places where people need to organize to fight against the kind of colonial oppression that holds us all down. So we're excited to have all these people. And I'm going to start with maybe with Stacey, because he's the sickest one. So I'd like that's literal, not figurative, Stacey. So Uh, so we'll have all four of you say a little bit about who you are, where you come from, how you're involved in this struggle to make this a better world for all of us. And we'll go to Stacy, then we'll go to Chief George Quack-Sister Jr., then Cedar, and then Buckman Coe. Okay, so Stacy, tell us from your sickbed what you're up to, who you are.
Yeah, Anine, Cedar, are you okay with me speaking before you?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we just have a thing. I'm a guest here. Anine Buju, Stacy Gallagher, Indigenous, Whistlewood, Gitchimaquan, Dodama, Anishinaabe, Wabanong, Serpent River, Indoji. I'm a guest here on the Coal Salish lands that are hosted by my good friend Cedar and his family. It's labeled to the Musqueam and Squamish, and I'm never to speak. I'll say before any of the host nations. I'm Anishinaabe, that just means people of the land, kind-hearted people of the land. I'm not a Canadian citizen. I'm not what you would call an environmentalist or an activist. I'm just following the responsibilities of being a good human and protecting what we love. And I didn't want to speak in front of a chief as well, but and I apologize, but I'm here to do whatever it is to follow the host nations and the natural laws of of caring for the people, caring for the Salmon Nation and the water and the elements and everything. So it's good to see Buck Coe. The last time I saw him, he was giving me some C40 and we're hiking up a mountain to Waterfall. We'll talk soon. Gigawabaman, how all my relations.
Okay, George, you're up.
Who's up now?
You are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the welcome to speak a little about what's going on here. My name's George Quack-Sister Jr. My native name is Tsuswis. I'm a hereditary chief of the Liquidor Nation. My reserve is here in Camp River, and I've been trying to save the salmon and all life in our BC coastal waters. 4 known salmon farm pens have been killing off all our 5 species of wild stock salmon, herring, everything in the waters. Like the outflow of the pens is killing off, poison outflow virus from the fish in the pens is killing off all the prawns, clams, crabs, everything. All life in our waters is getting destroyed. So to begin with, I'll show you kind of little pictures of what I do. They're pit lamping all baby wild stock fish in the pens, basically baby salmon, everything, all baby wild stock fish. There's tons of baby halibut in the pens, the list goes on. So here's a picture. I don't know if you could see it or not. Can you see that picture?
Yeah, we can see that.
So that's the way the farms look like. They're all lit up. Pit lamping all the baby fish into the pens. Pit lamping any baby fish whatsoever was banned in 1966 in this country. There's another picture what they look like. Pictures and videos don't lie, that's true. They're pit lamping all the baby fish in the pens. And it's very intentional, I've done so much study on this, it's very intentional. They're trying to kill off our stocks to only have their virus poisoned fish on the markets. See the pen, what that looks like? 4 lights in every pen in the waters out there. And the fish farms out there, there used to be like 120 or so. Well, they all got that going on. They're pit lamping all the baby fish into the pens. And this picture here speaks loud. One of the fellas working at the farms sent me this picture July 2020. And this is 2-year-old sockeye coming out of their farm fish pens. The reason it's 2-year-old sockeye is what I was told by ex-workers at these farm fish plants is when they're cutting these Atlantic salmon open, working on them at the farm fish plant, their stomachs are bulging with baby wild stock fish. So they don't get to feed on all the baby wild stock fish. So therefore, some of them become 2-year-old fish. See, this is coming out of their pens when they're taking their fish stocks out of the pens, which happens every 2 years. It takes 2 years to grow their fish. So they're pumping their fish out of the waters into their packers, and there you go. The thousands and thousands of sockeye coming out of this one farm. You know what I mean? So that's way up there disgusting. So these fellas here have their own commercial fishery going on our 5 species of wild stock salmon, and it's just totally ridiculous what's going on. There's another little picture there. That's all the baby wild stock fish in the pen. They're kidnapping all the baby wild stock fish into the pens. Our fish is all going extinct up this way. They pump their packers out, and there's the baby wild stock fish kill all over the walkways where their packers tie, etc. Pictures don't lie. They speak the truth. Tons of baby wild stock fish every pen. Can you see that one all right, yeah? So there's tons of baby wild stock fish in every pen. That's the bottom line. That's why our salmon's all vanishing, and it's just horrible what's going on. And here's what happens. This is a picture of their die-off fish. You must have heard about their die-off farms, right? All the fish die at these salmon farms. Well, that's a picture of salmon farm die-off. You see, that's the run pin in front. If you can see the picture clear enough, you'll see the whole farm is died off. And the worst part is, Stephen Harper designed this back when he was Prime Minister. These fellas get paid $25, $30 a dead fish. Why is that? You know what I mean? $25, $30 a dead fish. That's the taxpayers paying that. So the taxpayers through this fish salmon farm industry are losing billions of dollars through the years. You know, it's just totally way up there ridiculous. And here's another picture here. This is what you call a die-off. I don't know if you could see it there. It's called a die-off. The whole farm died off, just like what I'm showing you there. But the workers there, the crew, are putting them in separate totes. For short, they're going for basically what I say, sushi, cat food, dog food, and all that, right? And they're getting paid $25, $30 for those fish. And here they're making money on dog food, cat food, and all that stuff, right? And then there's another one. There is 12 elders north of me, Fort Hardy, where in the north end of Vancouver Island, asked me to go do a search of their territory. And I went on the lands there and went up the logging roads, and I found what they call dump sites. These are where these guys, fish farms, are dumping these poison virus fish. Up in the logging roads, they got these kind of places all set up. And the worst part is taxpayers pay for all that money, all that equipment as well, kind of a thing. So this is what we found when we had the drone up there, if 5 minutes. There was numerous baby bears there, baby bears, big bears, all feeding on that poison stuff. So they're all getting sick, and they're going to die. That stuff is virus poison. Lots of bears there, and there was on the trees there and everything. The trees were loaded with eagles, loaded with ravens. They're all eating this poison stuff these fellas are dumping out the logging roads, and that's been going on. I looked at that had to be going on at least probably, it looked like that site's been there since at least 20 years. And like I say, the taxpayers pay for all this equipment they're using out there. That's ridiculous. Here's the fish here. See that fish? That's what they're feeding the public. That's going to the public. It's all virus poison fish. I got numerous pictures like that. gone out to the public, and it's hard to keep getting it out to the public. There's another one there. These fish are all sick. They're virus poison. That's going to public. The public's feeding on this stuff, and that's way up there ridiculous. The GoPro camera and the pen's got lots of these pictures. It's just way up there disgusting what these fellas are doing out there. And to make it worse, it's going to public, like I said, right? So the GoPro camera got tons and tons of those kind of virus poison fish in the pens. And well, I'm talking about the virus poison. I'll tell you how to find out about it. You watch this video online, you can find it. Salmon Confidential. That video there went out through a friend of mine, Twyla Walkovich, the late Twyla Walkovich. It explains what I'm saying. It's all virus poison fish. You know what I mean? And here's a picture of one of their Norway packers, brand new, just got to this country when I was on one of the farms in 2017. And Lord behold, he's moving fish to the same pens I'm at that were all virus poison at another farm. He pumped them all into his boat there, and he's pumping them all into the pens where I am standing with the GoPro camera and a pen. There was already fish there, but he was moving that fish there. It was probably, their fish was probably 3-pounders maybe at that time. So he's pumping all that fish out of his hatch into the pens there. And Lord behold, the GoPro camera catches what's coming out of his hatches into the pens. Tons of baby wild stock fish. So every time these guys pump their fish aboard from the pens, like going to the plant to cut their fish up for market and everything, there's tons of baby wild stock fish going in those packers. You know what I mean? It's way up there disgusting. And the other part is in 2019, we used an underwater drone. I'm with the Sea Shepherds Conservation Society, right? We used an underwater drone, and what's on the bottom of the ocean there is way up there. It's disgusting. They got tons of old nets on the bottom of the ocean out there, tons of pipes, tons of everything on the bottom of the ocean out there. And you know, I always say, they don't care about all the stuff they're losing on the bottom of the, or on land. The garbage on land is way up ridiculous. They don't care anyway, because it comes right down to Canadian government grants is buying all the stuff with it. It's way up there ridiculous. So on land and underwater at these farms, it's just way, way, way out of control. These farms got to get out of our basic coastal waters. That's what I'm trying to do, get them all out of here. They're destroying everything. And here's a picture of a starving grizzly bear. We got lots of starving grizzly bears wandering around here now. Can you see that all right? No? Can you see the grizzly bear there?
Yes, we can see that very skinny little grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears wandering around. There's no more salmon in the rivers on the mainland, period. Just like what's happened in many rivers. Like I got invited to Tofino in 2019 with the Martin Sheen to go on the farms with them there. Those chiefs were so disgusted. What was in the farm fish pens when we went there is the baby sockeye, of course. All baby wild stock fish gets pit lambs into the pens. Up home here, we got extinct now. We used to have on the shoreline of the reserve here, at least 4 inches of smelt. That's the smaller one than the herring. They used to spawn on the shore, at least 4 inches all along the shore. That stuff is all gone now. That's extinct. And myself and all my relatives, all we keep talking about too is the other one that's extinct here, the black perch. And then there's the other one, the pretty little needlefish. It's probably half the width of your pinky finger, the tiny little needlefish. That used to be foaming on our shores. Tons of that. There's no more. These farms killed them all off. And like I said, the virus poison outflow of these farms is just killing everything in the waters. I said on W5 News, every farm I checked in 2017, all the farms were virus poisoned up. So my friend went to he did this on his own without even telling me. My friend Travis went to the fish farm plant and he went underwater there, the video there, underwater blood pipe coming out. And this year, that's what the blood pipe, they call it. That's the waste going into the water from where they cut the fish in the plant. And Lord behold, he sent that to the proper people in another country to get examined. And yes, it's virus poisoned fish. And that's flushing into our waters, all the plants they have around. They have a plant in Tofino, they have one in Port Hardy, they have two here close to Canberra River. They're flushing poison into our waters. Everything's getting totally destroyed out there. So we got to put a stop to this somehow, you know what I mean? It's just way up there ridiculous what's going on. The pit lamping the baby fish, the sea lice is huge at these farms. What happens there is the sea lice wasn't like that back in the day. Sure, there was sea lice, but not multiple like today. What happens is the sea lice are like bats. They need blood. So they're attracted to these farm fish pens because they're full of Atlantic salmon. Each pen has about 80,000 fish in it. So they're attracted to those pens because they take the blood out of those Atlantic salmon. And they can't kill those big fish. Well, some of it they do, but it ends off, they stay there and multiply. There's clouds of new baby sea lice around these farms. And when the little baby fish of all sorts bypass these farms, they get all sea liced up. And they die because they're small. The sea lice take the blood out of them like the bats do, take blood out of things. So the sea lice is killing off all the baby wild stock fish. The pit map and all the baby wild stock fish into the pens is huge, tons. I mean tons in every pen. And then you got the virus poison. That's all killing off our whole BC coastal waters. And then I read off to Justin Trudeau actually in 2016 on a video. The DFO record there from these fellas on the farms, they shot and killed 6,000 harbor seals. It shot and killed 1,300 sea lions. Well, these people are foreigners. If I go out there and shoot a harbor seal, which I never would, I'd be going to court and probably getting a big fine and going to jail or something, you know what I mean? And these fellas got the right of way to go out there and kill everything. The bird kill is way up there. Lots of wildlife getting destroyed out there. There's probably, I say at a low 15 species in the wilderness out there that depend on the salmon and oligans and herring. They're all starving because these farms are killing all that off out there, the BC coastal water, let alone the garbage dumps they're leaving out there and everything, right? It's way up there ridiculous. So there's 79 federal salmon farm licenses that expire at the end of June here. We have to stop them from renewing those salmon farm licenses. Way up there disgusted. They're killing off all the life in the water. There's 100+ nations that say do not renew those licenses, period. Well, of course, and I'm guessing there's probably 230 nations in Canada that are saying the same thing total, you know what I mean? It's got to stop. These salmon farms are horrible. What I say is without the salmon, these towns are going to turn to ghost towns on the BC coastal waters. Our crew on the Martin Sheen did a study in 2018. There's a loss of jobs because the salmon's gone through the commercial, the tourist industry, the list goes on. There's a way up like 300,000 jobs lost versus what in the beginning of all this, there were 16,000 jobs. People are favoring 16,000 jobs over losing 300,000 jobs. That don't make sense at all, you know what I mean? And plus, the taxpayers are paying billions of dollars for this stuff. The farms, everything out at the farms, they're living on the houses and everything. That's Canadian government grants. And then you got the Katura one, that on land farm, the Nimkishais across Alert Bay there. They gave up on that one. It just was no go. And they won't say it, but it's definitely because the fish were just dying from the virus, which is happening up the highway here at the two hatcheries where they get the fish. That online farm ain't even going anymore because they shut it down. Marine Harvest actually tried to put millions of dollars in that farm online to keep it going, along with NIMCIS people getting Canadian government grants to try to keep it going, but they had to shut her down. I don't know if anybody's taken it over, but it would be ridiculous to take it over. So this on land talk, put them on land, is ridiculous. That virus, that roe is poison to begin with, right? It comes over from Iceland and Norway, then comes over here. They had on the big news channels a year ago. The countries accepting that roe have to stop. It's virus poison. It's not good for the waters or anything. So that's what we got going on here. We got to get these these farms out of BC coastal waters before everything's just completely ghost. The channels out here are actually ghost towns. There's very little life out there at all. There's no birds, no bears, no nothing. No ripple in the waters, nothing. It's not like it used to be. It's all gone. Ghost channels is what I call them. It just looks way up there ridiculous. The farm guys were shooting off all the otters and everything out there, so everything's gone. If they haven't killed them at the farms, they've shot them off. It's way up there ridiculous.
Well, George, I'm going to let Cedar have a couple of words here now, and I've been following your work for a long time, and you're a true warrior, and your documentation and your work with the Martin Sheen and your photographs and your work with Alexandra Morton, it is just groundbreaking. You certainly are the leader in restoring, doing what we need to do to get those fish farms out and restoring wild stocks. And we'll come back to you. We'll just let Cedar here take it away. And it's up to you. Take it away, Cedar. What's that? Yeah.
Can you hear me on here?
Use this.
Hi, my name is Cedar George Parker. I'm from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation and the Tulalip tribes, which is just right out of Seattle. I'm Apache and Yaqui, which is native to the Southwest in Mexico. Yeah, you know, I grew up on both reservations, and so I got to see how my parents lived with the land and how the knowledge and wisdom of the land guided them through life. And even if we lived through poverty, you know, through the food stamps or EBT is like what food stamps is, they would always give to the longhouse. You know, and that's the relationship that we have with the land. You know, it's that reciprocal relationship that the land gives to us that we, you know, why don't we give back? Because even due to science, or when there's studies out there that prove that when you go into the bush or you go for a walk, the endorphins rise and the dopamine rises when you're in nature. And so based off of that good feeling is how we make decisions and dictate our system of working in life is based off of the land. That's how we move forward, is from that good feeling that we get from the land. And when we feel good, we usually treat people good. And so seeing, no matter how little my parents had, they always gave when it came to monetary value. But I think most of all what they gave and what we give as Stoneham people is gifts from the heart. And so that's what motivated us to fight Trans Mountain Pipeline, to really, really help our allies across North and South America and our indigenous people across the world, or anybody who's going up against these projects, to set a precedence of it's a new age and we have to make changes. We have to create consciousness shifts. You know, it's I really do believe we got to stop these projects. You know, but we really have to create a consciousness shift in the front of educating our youth. And so that's a lot of the work that I do is education-based mentorship, because it's what I saw my elders do. It's what I saw my mom do, my dad do, and I'm not going to change what we've been doing for since time immemorial. And so we stand up for our people, we stand up for our lands, we stand up for our rights, we stand up for one another, we stand up for our animals in the water. We stand up for all of our species, our trees, because it's that good feeling that we get from the land that we give back to the world. It's a reciprocal relationship, and so thank you for having me.
All right, is that working? Nope. All right. Yes, no? Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Buckman Coe. I'm primarily a musician, and my heritage is from Taiwan, Chinese from Taiwan, and Chinese from Malaysia, and a quarter English. I guess one thing worth mentioning is just of how global the experience of colonialism and imperialism is, and just kind of knowing a bit of my own history from on my mother's side in Malaysia and my father's side in Taiwan, and then learning about the history of here and throughout the world. It's kind of really gives a kind of a broader global kind of view of where we are at, and and to sort of see how I'm a part of that, how I'm a part of the system, and how through my travels, you begin to create the community around you to kind of combat these systems of racism and colonialism and exploitation. I think my life as a musician is very much informed, similar to Cedar. Like we're a product of our parents and the values that they teach. And on my father's side, my grandfather was always fighting for self-determination of Taiwan. After World War II, Japan lost all their colonies. It's really kind of a messed up sort of thing. Like all the losers lost all their colonies, and like all the victors got to kind of keep their colonies for a little bit longer and like be the good guys. And the same murderous things happen all over the world, and I guess it's still happening. And so I learned this thing, my mother, of like social justice, and learning from my grandfather fighting against the Kuomintang party that kind of took over after Chiang Kai-shek lost to Mao Zedong and took over in Taiwan. And it kind of sparked that sort of sense of social justice and environmental justice. And I think one thing that a lot of us who are settlers here, whether it's you're fresh here or you've been here for generations, about learning your place, about being here as a good settler, and trying to find ways to create, I think what's really most important is like real community and involvement in trying to create something that is decolonizing this place. And I feel extremely grateful. Music has been a kind of conduit for that. Because of what I write about, because of my connection to the land. I grew up in Edmonton. I was born in England, but grew up in Edmonton, but luckily I was like in the River Valley. So for me, that close connection to nature, even though I wasn't right in the city, like I lived out there. I lived covered in mud and in the trees all the time, like just being a kid in the woods. Really informs you, as Cedar said, like the land, if you're connected with the land, you feel that land and you get in that good space, then you're healed. So like a huge part of this problem is our disconnection from the land. And a lot of my music came about, being like this hippie taking mushrooms, running in the woods, or, a dude running, but it's true. I'm still a hippie. I look like a hipster or something now, but, people change. But some things don't change. Still love the nature. And you can't love the nature without thinking about what we're doing to it and the people that we've displaced from it, and this whole system that is just continually chipping away and grabbing away at it. So I'm not going to talk too much longer, but I'm very grateful that my music has allow me to speak about these things, that people actually want to listen to my music. I get to use a stage as a platform. Rob, you kind of bigged me up a little bit too much. Like, there's a lot of battles on the front lines here, and I try to get to as many as I can. Sometimes as a musician, I'm on the road a lot. I'm leaving. It's really hard to spend any significant time on the front lines. I try to show up. I kind of like fly in and like spread a bunch of love, and then I get the hell out of there, honestly, because I've got work to do. So there are like real frontline warriors that are out there for months and years and all of that. Yeah. I'm not that guy. I'm the princess who comes in and goes like, all right, I'm gonna sing some songs for y'all. And he's like, all right, peace and love. I'm like, I'm cold now. I'm gonna get back. Yep. So, you know, I do what I can. I try to get out there as much as possible. And the community keeps growing. The connections keep growing. Like, and there's all sorts of ways of being involved. And thank you so much for having me.
One of the things that, the two songs that I really like is you wrote a song, Back to the Front Lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you also, I think, recorded a song.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'll do
That's
this.
right.
Sorry. You keep that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one, volume needs to come up. You got it here? Hello? Okay. In there, we can't hear it here.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, they can hear it. Okay.
That's
Anyways, one of them was Back to the Front Lines. The other one, I understand you recorded in a canoe going across the inlet. Is that right?
Well, we did like a live version, and I was in a canoe driving across Deep Cove.
Yeah, going across from Deep Cove,
Yeah.
the Tsleil-Waututh country.
Yeah. And I think, you know, like sometimes I do write songs that are specific. For example, I get asked to write a song. Sometimes it's because I'm traveling somewhere. I wrote that song from that, So It Goes, and this other song, Tied to Your Fate, like going up to the Peace River Valley. So sometimes it's very situational.
And
So It Goes is like, sometimes you need songs that are just about love of nature. You know, songs don't always need to be so like we're fired and we're getting sad and everything. Like sometimes we just need that sonic healing of just like trying to connect that sense of beauty and of healing that you get from either whatever your experiences are, whether they're with your family or whether they're with your family of nature and being out there. And sometimes that music is not always like, all right, we're gonna tear this shit down. We're gonna like you know, we don't need all that shit. It's always like this place is fucked because we know it's fucked. We know the whole situation is fucked. Sometimes we need that healing music, and so.
And you had the other one too that I like, which was inspiring about the apocalypse. It's not for certain.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, that's some wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. It's happening. But you know, there's been past apocalypses, there's future apocalypses.
One of
Bring
the
it on.
things that I do think that I own a couple of music schools, and I just think music is life, and but certainly that message is carried by all Indigenous communities everywhere. And the last gathering I was at with the Tsleil-Waututh, they talked about that, about how you don't do anything without music. And the music and the drumming, and in fact, the songs are passed on from relatives to the next one. They're gifted, and you're authorized to sing that as a gift. And many times I've heard Stacey Gallagher sing songs and always makes a point of explaining that this was gifted to me and I'm allowed to sing this. And that one of the things that you do as the flying imprints of music into the Fairy Creek or something like that, that is inspiring to the people there, and it helps them carry on. It buoys them up. And if you have to go somewhere else, that music lifts everybody. It's a rising tide that lifts all boats. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate your voice for that. And I appreciate the hereditary gifted music of the all Indigenous people. It's defining. You know? Okay.
Can I just add to one thing
Yeah,
about that? Because
please.
it just kind of dawned on me. And like, we're talking about like the indigenous holding that power. And that's because I think that connection to nature that still exists. And when I think about nature, when you're walking out in nature, it's music already, right? Like you walk and you hear the leaves, you hear the birds singing, you hear the creek. That to me is like the most pure form of music, and like humans singing that is just an extension of that. That's our same, like, hopefully reflection of the music that is just happening out around us and from nature.
Cool. Now, Stacy, I don't want to wear you out so that you have a collapse there, but are there any, and then we're going to go back to Chief George. Is there anything else that you might want to say there, Stacy?
Yeah, I might have COVID, but I'm fine. It's more of an inconvenience than anything. I'm not saying what COVID is for other people. I just spent 2 weeks putting people up on the mountain for what we call Vision Quest. And yeah, I just wanted to echo a little bit of what these gentlemen are saying. This is very rare to have men speaking. Usually it's our life givers. If you look at what you may call the front line, it's 90% the female aspect of life. So I just want to mention that maybe why we don't have them on this panel right now is because they're actually right there in front of industry and pushing back the RCMP. So this is rare to have just men. So I just want to speak something quickly on what they call rights and responsibilities. And this is just my take of it from me, and this is what I learned from my mother. That we're not matriarchal, we follow the milk line. Matriarchal is somebody else's words. They have these things called United Nations rights or the Canadian rights and that. To me, there's no such thing as rights. I have responsibilities, and these responsibilities have been given to us from the land. The songs come from the land. I have what we call responsibilities, and they're great, meaning it's just great. It's not a responsibility as with English, they make it sound like a burden. It's a kind and gentle responsibility to care. What we had that came here was called the Wendigo. It eats bones, it eats flesh. It's colonialism, it's imperialism, it's alcoholism, it's being disrespectful to women. And that came here. We never had pedophilia, homelessness, and all this stuff before. People starving and that. This system came here. My mom told me I was born in an act of war. And so how am I to do these things? It's just to follow my responsibilities. And I learned them from our female aspect of life. I used to work in the fishing industry, and I used to see what the marine harvest and all them that they were doing back 20, 30 years. And it is horrific there, Chief Quack's sister. But I'll just be quiet. And I want to thank you, Robert and Peter, and everybody that's put this on here today. I've been in the bush again for 2 weeks and can't wait to go back out there because that's where the medicines are. Canada does not have songs. Well, they do. It's in English and French, but it doesn't come from Mother Earth. Our stories, our spirit, I'll say again for me, comes from the land. There is no difference between me and nature. That's kind of divisional. I am nature. I'm Anishinaabe. I am the land is me. So I want to thank you again, Robert, and everybody for letting me speak. And I'm doing fine.
Well, thank you. Yeah, you're always doing fine. You're inspirational, and you have many messages for all of us here to listen to learn from. And it's very aware to us too. We're a little bit troubled actually by this being the only panel that we have that is all men. And we had reached out, and for a number of good reasons. The women are involved, like for instance, in Kamloops at the anniversary for the unmarked graves, and we have various other women who have been part of our other panels, and the Butterflies in Spirit will be dancing tomorrow, and it's really near and dear and aware to our hearts that it is very often the women that are leading the path forward, and in fact whose voices have been diminished and reduced in the past that are being reclaimed, those voices, and we're very aware of that, and thanks for bringing that to our attention. And so, Hereditary Chief George Quaxsister Jr., I know you are such a warrior, and we'd like to hear more of what you've done, but what you would like us to do as well. We're really appreciate that you're here. We're here to listen. We're here to learn. You're a good speaker. You're a good educator, and you know, we'd like to hear what we can do to carry it forward. And we do appreciate all the good stuff you've done. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor speaking here with you all there, etc. The bottom line is, when I talk about the tons of baby wild stock fish in the pens, in 2018, I brought David Suzuki with us out to the salmon farm pens. And as soon as he stood there and looked into the one pen there, he could not believe it. You could not see through the tons of baby wild stock fish there, and their fish under below them feeding on it. It's got to stop. And in 2019, I brought Pamela Anderson out there to the salmon farm pens. She could not believe how destroyed virus poisoned up the fish are. So the bottom line is, we need all nations, all people, to get a hold of the fisheries minister lady, Joyce Murray, and the other lady, Joyce Auburn, and tell them we got to get these farms out of this country before all life is just completely destroyed out there, which is very close to that now. We can't have the salmon just vanish completely on us. We got to get these farms out, and my feelings are, if we get these farms out, the salmon will rebound naturally. That's my feeling. But you got to get these farms out, so those salmon in those pens aren't feeding on a baby wild stock fish. But you got to get it to the fisheries minister, Joyce Murray. We do not want those 79 salmon farming licenses that expire at the end of June here. We do not want any of them renewed, period. They all got to go, and they talk about this, we're going to take them out in 2025. That's way too late. Everything's getting killed off there on the farms as we're sitting here talking about it. There's a lot of farms out there going right now, which brings me right back to Tofino there a month back. The herring all spawned out there, and all the people were so disgusted. There's 20 farms there, and every pen full of baby wild stock herring that just spawned there. So 2025 is way too late. We've got to put a stop to this now. Where the fact is, all female fish that get killed in the farms, they're not going to come back and spawn baby fish anymore. The other part too, people got to understand that when the salmon return to the rivers and creeks to spawn, they're nourishing the forest. The forest need the salmon. The forest grow from the salmon, from all the carcasses, the bears and eagles and everything grab into the forest, drag into the forest. That's nurturing the grounds. The forest needs the salmon. That's the bottom line. Thank you very much. It's been a really good day chatting to you all, and thank you very much to the young guns there, their knowledge on everything. And
do any of you have any questions for each other? Has anybody got any question to ask of anybody? And anybody from the audience have any questions or queries for any of these people on what you've heard today?
This is for both Cedar and Buckman. What lessons have you learned from your parents that you still carry through today that you tend to want to give to future generations?
You're asking me what have I learned from my parents that I want for future generations?
That's because her dad's sitting beside her.
Oh, okay. I think the first thing is, you know, I grew up on the res. I don't know what it's like growing up off, but I live in the city now in Kitsilano, and I see people walking past each other. And they're neighbors, and they don't know each other. And it's that connection that kind of trips me out. You know, that neighbors don't know each other, and when the first thing that we do when someone passes away is that it's hard on you when someone passes away. You forget to feed yourself, you forget to shower, you don't even breathe right. You're so hurt, it's all those things, that come together. And so the first thing we do is it becomes a hub. The main people, let's say it's a wife that loses a husband. We all gather at the house, and we sing songs, we share words, and we bring food, and we bring water, and we even serve them and cook them the food and water that we bring. And so it's the whole system of working, of being Smirnoff rich, but willing to share, because it's more than that, what my parents taught me. It's where they brought me around. And it was very traumatizing for me to go to Western society school, elementary school, because the education system is based off of people who don't love you. In our longhouses, sun dances, ghost dances, it's based off of people who love you, the education system. Meaning you get, and we have ceremonies based off of what your gift is. Not in here all the time. It's about what's your gift in here. And so it's people who love you and people who recognize you and watch you grow. And then they feed that. And so one thing, I'm like my dad's little brother. I'm my little brother's dad, almost. One thing I always look at is I watch him to see what his gift is. And I tell the children, I want you. Because sometimes, we're not told this as children. You belong in my life. You belong here. It's about making the children feel like they belong, making people feel like they belong. It's not the cure, but it definitely eases the depression and anxiety when one feels like they belong, that they belong to a community. Number two is that I tell them that I love you no matter what. My little brother's always, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And I said, it doesn't matter. Do you like it? And he says, yeah. Well, then it doesn't matter. Is it hurting anybody? No. Well, then if you like it, then who cares what I think? Because if it makes you feel good, it's going to make me feel good. Because that's really what it's about. It's about making each other feel good. And then when we feel good, we share that with the land. We share that with the people. And so one thing I want to share would be, the spirit and the methods and the intricate steps of how to connect with the land and how to connect with each other and connect with ourselves. How to have that communication with the heart and communication with our spirit, which I believe music does. It communicates to the heart and it communicates to the soul, but also it can communicate to us to heal, communicate to our ancestors, communicate to Mother Earth. That's what I would like to leave for my little brother, for the next generations. Is I have 2 trees back home. One is when my placenta was born. They put a seed and my placenta into Mother Earth, so I always know where my roots are from. And then I have a second tree. That's kind of like, in Western society, they would call it an attachment figure. And a figure that makes you feel good about who you are, makes you feel safe, and encourages you. Because we all need that in life. But we don't look at Mother Earth that way as an attachment figure. Someone to attach to make us feel good, to guide us through life. And that's one thing I'd want to continue pushing, is what my mom taught me, is you don't leave. So I'll sit there with my tree for 5 hours without moving. 5 hours sometimes, 12 hours a week, 20 hours a week, sitting there with my tree, not leaving until I feel better, because, there's a lot of healing to do. I was in some school shootings back in Seattle. My friends died. I had to heal, otherwise, but what's more traumatic than a school shooting and having my friends die is living without spirit. Is living without that connection to the land. because I go to the land for that attachment figure so that I can feel good about myself and bring that into my system of working, my system of governance, our system of smanov, being rich but willing to share, our system of treating one another. It's that system of the endorphins and dopamine that we get from Mother Earth that we bring into our lives and how we treat one another and the children. Because if we don't, look, you know, we have to change what's going on. You know, there's children even in the richest countries in the world that are killing each other, that are going starving. We live in the U.S. and Canada per capita, one of the richest countries in the world, where we have people killing each other, where we have people without clean water in Alberta, you know, and that's indigenous communities. You look at West Vancouver, and you see no industry because they're all rich. I live in Kitsilano right now for a month, and there are a lot of rich people. I see no industry. But as soon as you go to Squamish Reservation, what's in front? Industry. As soon as you look across from Tsleil-Waututh Nation, what's there? Industry. You know, it's time that we start to create a consciousness shift. And one thing I would want to leave for my little brother is his own awareness. For the children, to have that own awareness to feel good about themselves, to teach them to feel good about themselves, to teach them to feel proud, not to care what other people think, as long as they're not hurting one another. That's what I'd like to leave behind. You know, that even through the trauma, you can go to the land, because one thing I know, if I were to die today, I know my little brother would be okay because he has connection to the land, which gives him his system of dealing with trauma, his system of dealing with hard things, his system of governance, our system of governance that's based off the knowledge and wisdom of the land. Because, once again, we get that dopamine, we get that endorphins. If you want to look at it at a scientific level, to me, personally, it's simply put, hike swallowing, good feelings, you know? So if I wanted to leave something, it would be how to make good tortillas. You know, we Chicanos.
Why don't we do this sort of stuff when people are still alive? Why wait until they passed away?
For what?
For bringing the food in.
We do that in our celebration ceremonies. We do that in our celebration ceremonies. We do that birthday parties. We do that coming of age ceremonies. We do that when someone gets a new gift. You know, that's why there's free food here. And honestly, you know what? We stand people up and we blanket them in front of everybody for the work that they do. Meaning, I brought my girlfriend to her first sweat lodge, and everybody in there was thanking her for being there. Meaning, we just acknowledgement of spirit. You know, we just acknowledge you for being in there, and it tripped her out. And I was like, whoa, huh? Why? Because all she had to do was be present. That's all she had to do, and she got acknowledged for who she was and celebrated, because we prayed together, and there was no light, so we couldn't see color of skin, gender, whatever. All we heard was the songs, and then we felt. And so when we feel that, you know, when we feel one another and we truly get to know one another and understand each other, we start to help each other. We start to feel confident within ourselves, and we can do that for other people, because individually, I can say I'm pretty strong, you know, and the same as everybody else up here, pretty strong. But even the strongest of us have our down days, have our days that we fall. That's why individually we can be strong, but together we're stronger. You know, and when I fall, I can rely on my brother here, you know. I know that he does the good work around, and I know I can rely, you know, as a connection. And, you know, Stacy, I can fall back, Stacy's there, and I'm there for Stacy, you know. And it's that feeling we get from being on the land is what motivates us to move forward into the next day. Because sometimes it's going to get hard. No one said it's going to be easy. We have to roll on. You know, it's really hard, but it's also beautiful. You know, it's beautiful life. You know, it's beautiful. You know, it's beautiful to love. It's beautiful to heal. You know, it's beautiful to be proud of who you are and find who your gift is and share that with the world. It's beautiful to share your gift in the world and finding out that it helps people, and we all have a gift.
Fabulous wisdom, thank you. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Buckman, you got some reflections?
Man, I don't even want to speak after that. That was beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, man, thank you so much. But in respect to my parents, giving respect to my parents of what I want to pass on, so I will push myself forward to speak after that. As my name is Cedar, thank you. But I think what I've learned from my parents that I wish to pass on is that sense of responsibility, and like life presents opportunities for you to step up and stand up and to be generous and to be humble and to learn and to put yourself out there to help, to stand up to help somebody, an actual person, or stand up for something that is important, for justice, for the things that are right in this world. And that is the biggest thing that I'm so grateful to my parents for, is that, and that's what I would like to pass on if I have kids, or to the people that I touch around me, is that, you know, that responsibility is there, and we can always step into it with joy and open hearts, and we learn and we benefit from it, and we build community, and we contribute to healing and something better for the planet and for all of us. And I'm so grateful that I was born into the family of my parents, and yeah, I owe everything to that.
Wow. Well, thank you. I'm reminded a little bit, if anybody follows Hereditary Chief George Quaxsister Jr. on Facebook, one of his recurring themes is family and his grandchildren. And the fact that, like Cedar and Buckman have both said, is that they owe a lot to their parents and Taha grandparents. And do you want to make any comments there, Hereditary Chief George Quaxsister Jr., about how family and your role as a mentor fits into your life?
In our younger days?
It's all yours.
So first of all, when I didn't go into the residential schools, but I was in a day school, right? And what happened there was, when I was 4 years old, I did not know how to speak the other language other than our native language. So they would strap my 4-year-old baby hands time after time, day after day, for me to stop speaking our native language, and that was just horrible. I have a sister that passed away here before last November, and she was sitting in the house here talking about it that before she passed away. She said she cried more than I did, probably, watching me get my hands strapped. She was a year and a half older than me. So anyways, we went through all that day schools, and then turned around into the elementary schools. We went through the same thing. We had a real terrible principal there. In the end of the story, he got sent to a nut house 4 years later after strapping us there in the elementary school. He'd line up basically 18, 20 of us native boys and strap our hands for absolutely nothing, day by day, etc. We moved to the high school, same thing, run into a prejudice principal there, and I ended off walking. I left the school because of the prejudice principal there. So went through a lot of that. But what my late mom said to me was, when they were in the residential school, she actually, they searched her reserve there from up in Knights Inlet, is where she was from, and they missed one child there, which was her. The grandmothers always had those long dresses on. That's what happened to her. She hid under her grandmother's long dress while grandmother stood there. So they didn't get my mother. They didn't grab a hold of her with all the other kids that went on the ship. So when that ship went away, they found out they did miss a child. So they went back to get my mother. So my late mom told me a story at a young age. What happened was, they were not allowed to speak our native language, because if we spoke it when we were at school, they'd go to jail, our parents. So my mom told me that the elders on the reserve here used to pick a certain evening and go to this old orchard on the reserve here and all speak our native language. Could you imagine that? They did not want to speak it around us because if we spoke it at school, they go to jail. So, yeah, it was real corrupt in our younger days for sure. And basically, what our parents went through in residential schools was way up there corrupt to us. So, we got all that there. But I'd just like to put out a point here before we're all done here. I want to show a picture of our 5 wild stock salmon, right? Here it is. Can you see the whole picture or?
The first 3, 4 now, a little bit further back. Okay, there's 5.
Can you see it all there?
Yep.
So that's our 5 wild stock salmon. So what you can say with what I've learned about those salmon farm pens today is they got 2-year-olds of all 5 of our species wild stock salmon coming out of those pens by the thousands. Every time they take their fish away from those farms. That's what's going on. And here these fellas are sending our wild stock salmon to market with their fish. Our salmon become 2-year-olds, like I explained. They don't all get fed on in there because those fish get full in their stomachs bulging with them, right? So here these fellas are sending our wild stock salmon to market with their fish. That's exactly what the fella told me, that Guardian that sent me that picture of that sockeye coming out of the pens. I asked him straightforward, like, what did they do with the wild stock salmon that are coming out of the pens? Did they throw them overboard or what? They look very much alive in the tote there, looking at them there. He said, no, they sent them to market with their fish. So there you go. They've been making a fortune on our 5 species of wild stock salmon all these years. And here the commercial fleet is tied up, you know what I mean? That's way up there ridiculous. We need help. We got to get all nations to shut these salmon farms down. All life in the waters is getting destroyed, killed, not destroyed, killed. And like I said, all baby wild stock fish, it was horrible to look in the pens and see all the baby halibut in there. How much baby halibut have they killed off all these years, 30 years, right? The list goes on. Tons of baby cod, tons of baby rockcod, all species of baby wild stock fish. They've been using them to grow their fish, for their fish to feed on. And Lord behold, you got a big die-off, and what was the sense to begin with? Their fish died off to begin with, stomachs full of our baby wild stock fish. We need help to shut this down. Right. I did a flotilla yesterday. Yes, it was a long weekend, but I had to get it done because if you look at the weather report of this end, it's rain the following weekend and probably the same the weekend after that. So I had to get out there and get this done yesterday regardless, even though it was a long weekend. So we just got to keep pushing it. Whenever they're doing something bad, we got to go out there and try to correct them. And they seem to listen, you know what I mean? But we got to get it to this DFO lady. They got to shut this down. That's the bottom line. Joyce Murray's going to make the decision. Sure, you got a sellout judge that says, oh, we might keep this in the water, etc. That's not good. It goes by this DFO lady that's there right now. Joyce Murray. She's the one that says these go or they stay. If she stays, by golly.
Okay, well, we're on your side for sure.
There'll be a lot of First Nations upset at her if she says they stay, is all I know.
Yeah, well, and that's why we're all here to hear that message and to, as Cedar's grandma would say, to warrior up. And Stacy, there, have you got any other things that you'd like to say, particularly stuff having to do with families and children and educating and learning? And I know you're that's a big part of what you do.
Yeah, which so when I was listening to the questions, what a spiritual leading and feeling thing to speak on. I'm reminded that I would like to acknowledge all of your ancestors for doing the hard work that we're all here today. Our relatives from wherever they came from Mother Earth, they didn't leave a good situation to come here. Yeah, colonialism started thousands of years ago in what they called Europe. I don't believe that's what the people there call it, or over in the Far East. You know, everybody has their unique names. The mountains they come from, the rivers, and in that. So there's a thing that's called 7 generations, 7 sacred teachings, 7 directions. 7 generations ago, my grandparents, they prayed for me. They did everything that they could do to survive. Same as your ancestors here, everybody's ancestors. And so I was prayed for probably 700 generations ago, but we say 7 generations. And I'm an extension of a prayer. Before I came to existence, there was people who loved me so much that they took it hard. As these hundreds of thousands of children that will be uncovered, they took it hard. And so did all of your ancestors do, for you to be here in this sacred moment to fulfill your responsibilities. And so what's happening today, it's not about me. They can beat on me as they've done. They can incarcerate me. That's nothing new for my family. I'm doing all this for the generations that I will never see, for all of our grandbabies that I will never, ever meet. And that includes the Salmon Nation, the Salmon people that Chief Quacksister's talking about. It has to do with the medicines that are going extinct. Extinction meaning that they don't want to come back to this toxic world, that they're too strong. There might come a time when our children don't want to come back because they're too strong for this, for what's going on. So everything that I do is just an extension of all of our ancestors. And it comes through the memories, the blood memories of my parents and my grandparents. We don't have anything written down. We just know that maybe you call it DNA, but it's deeper than that. It's the blood memory of our ancestors. The food that I eat, the air that I breathe, the songs that I retrieve, the vision quests that I go and gain, being part of nature. I'm just a continuation of a prayer. How fucking cool is that? How fucking cool is that we all have been prayed for? And why would we stop doing that? We have some spiritually sick relatives that we care for too. We don't berate them. I wouldn't berate my child if they had cancer in the children's hospital. We have people in industry. We have that military force called the RCMP. I have to pray for them because they are spiritually sick. They don't know any better. So I just wanted to end that with that. And I love being together with all of you at this time. And at Chimigwich, talk soon, all my relations.
Were there any online questions? No. Okay. Any other comments from the audience there? Okay, just maybe I'll give back to Cedar and Buckman here really quickly for any closing remarks, things that you might want to say to wrap it up.
Yeah, you know, just this is real stuff happening in the world. You know, governments try really, really hard to cover up the extraction. You know, they try really, really, really hard. You know, like in the Alberta tar sands, it's in the world, it's one of the biggest concentration of people with cancer within that area. You know, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, not if but when, you know, a spill happens, 1 million people will get sick in the Lower Mainland. You know, 500,000 birds will die and never come back. And what's different about BC is that we're in one of the last frontiers of vast natural beauty. It's the biggest temperate rainforest in the world. What I believe, I believe so. and so that we really have to take care of our geographical location. The ecosystem here is so alive. We really, really have to take those steps to create that change within the society that we live in. And right now it's Canada, and right now it's in British Columbia, and even more it's Vancouver. You know, we have to do this at a local level, a city level, a provincial level, a continent level, a country level. You know, we have to create that change so the next generation can live with fresh air, safety, and security. And it's about that safety and security that we have to bring. You know, I mean, over $20 billion into a Trans Mountain pipeline. That should go towards social uplift programs. You know, I know we're all here talking about what we're against, you know, but, you know, what are we for? You know, and you know, and there's all these bad things. What are we for, you know? And I really think it's about that. It's about putting social well-being over economic growth. Right now, the government puts economic growth over social well-being. The well-being of the people, well-being of the orca whales, well-being of the birds, well-being of the land. It's time we have that economic shift and consciousness shift towards a brighter future. And what does that look like to all of us individually? What does it really, really look like, you know, when you think of safety and security in the future? You know, let's start putting our subsidies towards social uplift programs. Let's start investing into what creates even more jobs. You know, we have to look at the lies that Canada is imposing. It's a country that's built off the back of denial. You know, it's you know, United Nations said stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline and stop CGL. You know, why? Because indirectly, definition of United Nations, it's genocide. Why? Because these pipelines bring in man camps, which is indirect correlation with missing and murdered Indigenous women. So that's directly genocide. And we've said no. You know, Vancouver said no. I could speak on Trans Mountain. Vancouver said no. Burnaby said no. The Tsleil-Waututh people said no. British Columbia said no. It's enough, you know. We have to create justice by our own terms. Right now, justice is defined by the current power. And Trudeau said this is in the best interest of Canada. That's what he justifies. That's his justice. It's defined by him. So looking at that justice, what does it mean? What does the pipeline represent? His definition of justice to me is 1 million people will get sick lower mainland. It's about 2.5 million people. That's almost half. Orca whales will die. Birds will die. Our economic growth will go down. That's, you know, we really have to define justice in our own terms and implement that into our society, into our family, into our schools, our institutions, our government. Oh, I'd really like to change the government, but I know that there's going to have to be some steps. I'd really like to, you know, be calling it, but, you know, there's those steps that we have to take. And really pushing for those green jobs. And really, really pushing for those green jobs. We harness all of the technology in the world. They did a study in Dubai. If they harnessed all of the sun's energy in 24 hours that hits Earth, we can power everything in the whole world for a year. Everything, every car, everything that consumes energy, every car, you know, and we are, you know, we have to continue pushing to go in the right direction when it comes to solar panels. Per $1 million invested, you get more jobs in solar energy, wind turbine, and even in building infrastructure for like mass transit than you do in the oil and gas sector. That was done by MIT, I believe. You know, so we do have the answers. We really have to push them and take care of the people with those answers and protect them, because you know what? Those people are dying. You know, a lot of those people who come with the answers somehow go missing. You know, we really have to protect those people. You know, and I guess I'd like to close by saying, you know, what do we want to see? You know, what do we want to see? What do we want to see the next generations have? I know we're so worried sometimes. I'm so worried about even what I'm going to eat next, the next paycheck, you know, and then I'm worried about next week, you know, and then I got to worry about carbs, but you know, but we really got to look at the next generation. We have to make a change, and I have to, I have to too, I have to, whatever I don't need in this fight, I have to, we have to heal. Yeah, insecurity is real, depression is real, anxiety is real, climate depression is real, climate anxiety is real, all this stuff's real. But together we can get through it. That's why I say we got to go to the land. Together we can get through it and bring that good feeling into the future, right? To reconnect our umbilical cord to Mother Earth, right? And if I could end on anything, it's just a prayer, to send that good high swallowing, that good feeling into the future, right? To bring that Smanoth into the future, to bring that Snowyeth into the future. Those teachings from the land, teachings of the floor, teachings of spirit. That good feeling, raise each other up. Because it's real. But when good people come together, that's when change happens. Because I can say that our people are still here, we're still fighting, we're not leaving, and we're winning now. Our people are winning because I saw a little kid get up and only heard one verse of a song. They beat those songs out of my grandma. They hurt my dad in the day school. And so being able to see a little child come in and only hear me sing one verse of a song out of 4, she started singing with me on the second verse. Never heard that song before, and that's why we're winning. We're winning. We're winning. And now we're doing it together, diversity, right? There's all people who look different and have different backgrounds, and that's where the true learning comes from. That's when, so I just want to say thank you, and thank you to all the other speakers, and thanks. And thanks to the organizers.
Any other final words there, Chief or Stacy?
Myself, I can say a little bit about the pipelines the young fellow was talking about there. I'm not somebody that goes around pushing anybody for who to vote for the red, blue, or orange, or green kind of a thing, but the fact of the matter is when RCMP raided the Westoughton Chiefs bridge there, the RCMP raided that back 2 years ago, right? Well, right following the next morning on CTV News, there's old John Horgan with his great big smile. Oh, I'm a big supporter of LNG. And right the following morning after that, there's NDP Jasmine Singh saying the same thing. He's a big supporter of NDP. And then following that, on the front page of the newspaper in Victoria, probably a couple months later or whatever, I can't remember the time lapse, actually. But John Horgan again, he's in the front page of the Victoria newspaper. He's saying to the public and everybody around, there's no way First Nations rights is going to stop my pipeline. You know what I mean? I'm not one to say who to vote for or anything, but the bottom line is, through trying to get rid of these farms, I've had marched with Elizabeth May through the years. She's just like me. She knows how bad it is. It's not great whatsoever in any direction. She has marched with us many times to get the farms out. The last time I marched with Elizabeth was when was she last marched? 2 years ago. We did a deal in a big hall in Camp River here, then one in Comox, then one at Qualicum Beach. What Elizabeth May said on camera there was, you vote for me, I'll dismantle DFO for not doing a proper job. The TV guys, there are probably 6 cameras on her. They don't put nothing out like that about that, you know what I mean? But the bottom line is, the Green Party is the only safe party to vote for as far as I'm concerned. There's old John Horgan sending millions upon millions of dollars to Site C Dam, BC taxpayers' money, you know what I mean? What's that all about? My saying is, if the red, blue, and orange were not sending these millions and billions of dollars to these foreign industries, getting back to that LNG pipeline, the owner sitting in an office in his office in New York, for crying out loud. And here John Horgan sending billions, you could say today, to those kind of foreign industries and companies, you know what I mean, that are destroying waters and lands. If these three top, red, orange, and blue, were not sending all these billions of dollars to these foreign corporations and industries, taxpayers' money, Canada would be a very rich place right now, because the taxpayers do not get that money back. You know what I mean? It's just totally ridiculous to be watching all this stuff. That's pretty much all I got to say for now. I just thought I'd point that out. I would never, I say to myself, I would never dirty my name up voting for red, blue, or orange. I would never throw a vote their way. They've been stomping on our people for years. Thank you. Kailaka, sir.
Kailaka. Stacy.
In my language,
carry it out.
yeah, I just want to acknowledge everybody, their ancestors. In my language, we have a word called Chimigwich. We don't say thank you because we don't have that word. Why should I be thanked for what I'm supposed to be doing, my responsibilities? Chimigwich, it means like it's a great thing that I see and acknowledge in you, for whatever it is that you're part of, to help me. So I would like to say to the organizers and everybody, even Cedar, Chimigwich, all my relations.
Wonderful. We've all learned a lot. You're all brave and wise warriors, and many, and it is exciting to hear the depth of Cedar's heart. It's just inspiring. There's an African word, Ubuntu, means I am because you are. And so thank you to all of these fabulous panelists. Thank you all. And our coalition against racism, systemic racism, this is what it's all about, is bringing people together and saying we're all in this together. We're all paddling the same canoe. And thank you all for being part of this. Following this part of the symposium, there's going to be a panel on racism in the healthcare, and then we're going to have a break for dinner, something that was discussed earlier, coming together, we all share food together. And then after that, we're going to have a performance of a gentle, thoughtful human being and warrior flying in to lift us all with his song. Buckman Coe is going to be singing a little later after our food. So thank you all, and good night, and blessings upon you all.
Thank you very much for all the speakers there.
And thank you.
Kailaka, sir.
Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer? Or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach me how to be? In the lightness of my being, can you teach me how to feel? In the dying of a moment, can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. strolling in the sun. There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach me how to be? In the lightness of my being, can you teach me how to feel? In the dying of a moment, can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. road of life, or just strolling in the sun. There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach me how to be? In the lightness of my being, can you teach me how to feel? In the dying of a moment, can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me just strolling in the sun. There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out? Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? And there's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how? life. Oh, just strolling in the sun. There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer? Or just simply lost my way? And there's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach me how to be? In the lightness of my being, can you teach me how to feel? In the dying of a moment, can you teach me what is real? Along the path, on the road of life, your love is all around.
We're not going to have that person
No,
here.
we're not. We're
Thank
gonna,
you.
no, this, we would say that'll be interesting and brilliant.
No. Is it okay with you if I take my mask off?
How long to lift off? What's on the screen? Okay, we're live right now. Yeah, we're live right now. Streaming live. Introduction. Okay.
But we don't have any people up
Yeah,
there.
don't we see it on there?
Oh, we don't have a zoom in.
Oh, but it doesn't project our,
No,
this onto there?
no, that's only for the people zooming in.
Oh, okay, I thought we could
okay.
see it there too. Okay, so we're all good? Okay, hello, audience out there in virtual land. Okay, here we are. So this is the, I'll back up a little bit and for people that are maybe just tuning in. So this is the second day of a 3-day series sponsored by the West Coast Coalition Against Racism. The series called Roots, Rhythm, Resistance, Anti-Racism, Symposium, and Performance. And this is the first year of something that we'll do annually. And I'll just really quickly give people a quick capsulized version of the West Coast Coalition and what we're up to and where we came from. Back in 1980, we started in an earlier form called the BCOFR. That was the BC organization to fight racism, and it was formed in Vancouver in 1980 to really confront the Ku Klux Klan, who had set up an office in Vancouver. But out of that, we did many more things, particularly with human rights and labor standards for migrant workers and immigrant workers. And out of that came the first labor standards legislation in BC. And the first labor standards officer of BC was Harinder Mahil, who is now the president of the West Coast Coalition Against Racism. And about 2 years ago now, with all of the things that appear to be at some kind of peak now, having to do with white supremacy and challenging of people's rights, whether they're workers, and it seems to be the emergence of greater incidents of systemic racism. And so we wanted to come together as a coalition, and everybody, the organizations and the individuals that are part of this, are all activists and change makers in their own right. What we wanted to do was to encourage a intersectionality, to bring all of these activists together so that they could work in better harmony and understand that ultimately the root cause for all of this is the same. You pull one string and it's all connected, whether it's healthcare. We just finished a program on on the land, air, and water defenders. Yesterday we had a really great panel having to do with food sovereignty, and it's all connected in the end to, I guess, for want of a better description, capitalist colonial exploitation of people and their land and their economy and their governance, and we want to say we're all in the same canoe together. It's all related, and we want to connect that dot, and we want to help people work more closely together and not be so caught up in our own very important but only narrowly defined silos. So, with this panel, Racism in Healthcare, now, how do I do this? Now this is, oh, there it is. Okay, now this is kind of fun and funny at the same time. The moderator of this is my dear partner, Camille Bush, and I'm going to read her profile from her computer. It says, Camille has had the privilege, as she would put it, to have worked as a midwife in BC for over 40 years, beginning as a young apprentice in the mid-70s in a profession which did not yet exist, and later becoming part of an underground but formalized midwifery education program where she was able to obtain licensure in Washington State in 1987. She worked steadily with others towards the goal of bringing this profession, midwifery, into existence in BC. Eventually succeeding in this endeavor, Camille was able to catch the first legal registered midwife baby in BC 32 minutes after midnight on January 1st, 1998. That's the first legally delivered midwife baby in BC. 20 more years of assisting with births, as well as helping to train both local and international midwifery students. She has finally retired. Finally retired from clinical practice, but not quite done yet. She continues on as an adjunct professor and clinical instructor and examiner with the baccalaureate midwifery program at the University of British Columbia, continuing to closely follow the evolution of this profession. She is grateful to the students and fellow midwives in the community who bring to light today's issues regarding diversity, inclusion, race, gender, especially in healthcare, and she is pleased to be part of this important conversation. As her partner, I'm really pleased that she's part of it. And what I will pass the microphone to Camille to introduce her fellow panelists. But just before doing that, I do want to acknowledge that we are here on the unceded lands of the Squamish and the Musqueam and the Tsleil-Waututh coastal and Salish nations. And earlier parts and other parts of our programs are happening further east in the Fraser Valley in unceded lands of the Katzie, Kwantlen, and Coquitlam nations as well too. So we are here as guests and settlers, and we appreciate that we're on unceded lands. Camille, it is all yours.
Thank you. And welcome to all of you in the audience, the real in-person audience that we have here, as well as whoever is out there in Zoom land. I'm just on the heels of having seen the panel that preceded us, which was about land, air, and water defenders. And so I was noting that so many times in that panel, the word healing came up, which leads me to believe that it is all connected. Everything, every single panel that's part of this whole symposium actually is interconnected with the others. So I was just struck by that out of what just preceded us. So I am so happy to have two other panelists here to join in this, I think, important conversation. One thing that we all have in common is that we are recipients of healthcare somewhere along the line. We all have a lived experience of receiving healthcare in one way or another. And I'm pleased to have two providers of healthcare here with me. I would like to introduce Tharuna, and how do you pronounce? I was going to say Tharuna first. Sorry. Yes. Abu. Okay, thank you. Shall I say doctor? Tharuna Abu, who is practicing in many ways, a poet and a writer and a doctor. And as I understand it, you're with the organization Care Not Cops, and probably among many others, but that is okay. And I'll ask you to share with us a little bit about your work in a short while after I introduce Lola Day. Thank you. And now try the last name, Shipiolu? Shipeolu, okay. Is everybody able to hear Lola Day? Okay. Great, thank you so much. And I was very excited to hear that you are a first-year OB-GYN resident. So you have very busy days and nights, I'm sure, right now. So thank you so much for both of you for taking the time to be here. And Lola Day, just to finish up, you are with Black Physicians of BC. Perfect. Thank you so much. So I was hoping to ask each of you to speak a little bit about your background and the work you're currently doing in life and in healthcare. If we could start with that, and then we'll have many conversations flowing from that.
Okay. I guess my background. So as Camille mentioned, I'm an obstetrics and gynecology resident here in BC. I'm a Nigerian immigrant. I'm Black, so I'm also Muslim. So I have multiple identities that sort of influence, what brought me here today, and sort of how I try to provide care to my patients. I feel like the question kind of slipped my mind, but I'll just kind of talk a little bit. I feel like, in medical school, trying to think of, what specialty I'd like to go into to try to make an impact. Obstetrics and gynecology really stood out to me because of, the experiences, especially being a Black woman, the experiences that a lot of Black women face in the medical field, especially with obstetrics and gynecology. And so, I was hoping to sort of go into this specialty to try to give back in some way and empower these patients, as well as Indigenous patients too, because they're also have their unique experiences with the healthcare field too. Yeah.
And you've been in BC how long now?
Not very long. So about like 8-9 months now. I came from Ontario, so yeah.
And you love it, and you'll stay
Love
for a
it,
while.
love it.
Great.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. Was that a pager that just went off?
Oh, no, those are my first.
Okay. Oh, okay. If I can ask you, Tharuna?
Yeah, so my roots are in South Africa. My family is several generations South African rather, and I did my medical training and lived, most of my growing up in Manitoba, and moved to BC for my residency in family medicine. And currently I practice in 2 community health centers, one in the downtown east side.
We'll get you to start over.
Okay, no worries. Is it working now? Okay. Yeah, I have my roots in South Africa, where my family is several generations South African, but I grew up mostly in rural Manitoba, where I did my medical school training, and then I moved to BC for my residency in family medicine, and I've been practicing for about 3 years now, and I work pretty exclusively in community practice at 2 different clinics, one in the downtown east side, and one in southeast Vancouver in the Renfrew-Collingwood neighborhood. And both of these are community health centers, so kind of unique models of primary care provision that we see a lot of multiply marginalized community members. And I was attracted to family medicine pretty much from the outset due to, I think, the relationship and the relational aspects of it. I think I really found that to be the most privileged part about this work, and getting to like build relationships and get to know people on a really human level felt really good to me, as well as like my own social location as like a person of color and a queer and trans person. I felt a real calling to respond to the things that my community members were talking about and asking for and needing, which I didn't see a lot of service or access for them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so very much. And you are involved with Care Not Cops.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Sure, yeah. Care Not Cops is a group of healthcare providers, mostly nurses actually, and social workers, and then myself, I think I'm the only doctor at the moment, but we're a group of healthcare workers who came together in the summer of 2020, shortly after the murder of George Floyd, and we were mostly coming together to bring to light the intersection between police and prisons and the carceral state and healthcare, because those 2 sectors often overlap and definitely collude in a lot of different ways. And so our mandate is really we're a explicitly abolitionist group, and furthermore, we're interested in abolishing the sort of carceral mechanisms embedded within medicine itself.
That reminds me that in the earliest today's panel, it was on abolition, and the exact concepts you were talking about came up very clearly. Yeah. And again, it's all all interrelated. So,
Yeah, definitely all interrelated and intersecting.
yeah. So what do they actually do? What does Care Not Cops actually do, if it's possible to say, on a day-to-day basis? What?
Yeah, we've engaged in, mostly at this point, we've engaged in several smaller projects, so some op-eds, letter writing campaigns, social media sharing. So we've like made some content around more or less like harm reduction practices and trying to find alternative ways to keep people safe that do not involve calling the cops or working with police. And then we've spoken to the provincial committee on reforming the Police Act. So we've had a small voice there. And then we're hoping in our focus for the upcoming year, it's not totally finalized yet, but I think we're really interested in developing our relationships within the community and bringing together various people in community and other kinds of health providers and non-professionalized healthcare workers to discuss and share ideas and build some of those relationships.
Yeah, thank you. As we talked about this being a conversation, one of the things that came up for me as you were speaking was I have a very close family member who has a diagnosis of schizophrenia and has been able to work with that in a way that the illness is not running this person's life. However, what this person does is a peer support worker and works very closely with public presentations and, and makes presentations educational, of an educational nature to the Justice Institute, for sure. So very involved with coastal health, but also very involved with the legal system. And again, the intersectionality never ceases to amaze me. So thank you so much for talking a little bit about that. Black Physicians of BC, what can you tell me about what gets done and what your goals are?
For sure. So I would say that, so coming from Ontario, I think there's a higher percentage of Black people in Ontario. So I think Ontario really spearheaded this whole initiative for increasing the number of Black physicians in the medical field. And so I think there was a small group of physicians that came together, especially at University of Toronto, which is one of the bigger institutions, and they noticed that they only had one Black student in a class of like almost 300 students, and they just didn't reflect sort of the society at that time, especially in Toronto. So, they started this group to increase, the number of students who are coming into medicine, but also to support the Black physicians who are already in medicine because of your experience, you tend to have certain microaggressions or different things that you deal with, and it's nice to have a mentor and things like that. So Black Physicians of BC, of course, was inspired, especially one of our core founder, Rahel, she's from Toronto, so she did her med school there, so she kind of helped start Black Physicians of BC before I joined, which I'm super thankful for because, I sort of had that support in Ontario, so it was nice to come in and see what they've done. One of the big things they've done is start a stream for Black medical students in University of British Columbia Medical School, because apparently there has been no Black medical students for the past few years, and so I think we've successfully got that approved, and so we'll see how that continues to show its face and be successful in the next few years. I'm excited for that. Also to, being new to the group, so I haven't really been a part of this, but I know members have, gone into the community to try to, improve access to care for Black individuals who are in the community also. So yeah, hoping to sort of support in various ways. So in terms of the medical, getting more, Black people into medicine, but also to support Black people in the community as well for knowledge acquisition and and things they need and when they're accessing care. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In the introduction that Rob read off from my laptop, the point was made that I was particularly grateful to the students, the medical and midwifery students that I have come in contact with over the last 2 years, especially, in that they've really brought forward the current issues. Like back in the 70s, we had very different issues in maternity care at that point, and it progressed in the 80s and 90s, but midwifery students and medical students now face very different issues in the world, or maybe it's just that the issues are being brought to light in terms of events like George Floyd, unmarked graves. So our student body has been very proactive in making sure that faculty is aware of this and that this needs to be addressed in their education and in how we guide them and educate and precept them. Because we need to be current with what is surfacing in our times. So as a result, they did create in the midwifery program a BIPOC student collective, which was incredibly helpful to the rest of us, as we're all finding our ways. I was reviewing In Plain Sight last night, that report that came out, and it was such a revelation at the time to people who were white. It was news. It was, however, to our Indigenous friends, it was not news. It was long known and long standing what was being faced and the barriers that were happening, and racism. So, and I was reviewing in it that cultural, Cultural humility was a phrase that I read in a different way last night than in a year and a half ago when I first read it. That the ongoing nature of that process of your own self-critique and self-awareness, I guess, of issues. And it's one of those things that hopefully we will always be learning, always be building our knowledge and experience and perspectives on. Probably not ever a finished product is my suspicion. But were both of you, well, you're a medical student and practicing physician, when it came out, was there any conversation around with your colleagues around that at the time, or with your patients? Did that seem to have some significance? But you were probably not in BC, so so in Ontario, they may not have known about it quite so much.
Yeah,
but
that's right, because I actually, I had to look into it, because
Yes.
I was like, okay, it's happening in BC, but for sure, I mean, especially, before George Floyd, but especially after George Floyd, a lot of community members started talking about how we treat Indigenous folks here in Canada, and we talked about it a lot in Ontario for sure too. And I think to your point on cultural humility, I did one of my preceptorships in Moose Factory in Ontario, which has a large population of Indigenous folks. And for me, it's immersing myself in a place that has that's predominated, right, by Indigenous people, and sort of what they would want, speaking to patients, learning how they would want to be cared for, understanding their life experiences, right? Because sometimes it's not really about imposing my ideas of what they want onto them, but just knowing who they are, right? Getting to know them, asking their needs. And so that was a good experience for me because I felt like, okay, you know, because it's one thing to kind of talk about, oh, Indigenous people, these are their experiences with marginalization, but it's another thing to live amongst them for a month and like feel like, you know, like they have, you know, good and bad experiences. They don't like certain things. And so, yeah, so that's sort of, you know, for me, cultural humility is, well, for me, it's just more so understanding the patient that's in front of you, and just talking to them and knowing what they would want and, yeah, different aspects, yeah.
Does that involve listening?
Yes.
and that's one of the purposes of this symposium is for us to all be able to listen and hear and learn. So, yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'm familiar with the report, and as you sort of alluded to, Camille, these issues are really not new. I think, you know, when I think about cultural humility, or when I think about just medicine in general, I think one of the biggest learnings and unlearnings I've had to do over time is really how I think about my profession as a whole. Like, most medical school applicants, when you ask them in their interviews, you know, why do you want to be a doctor? Why do you want to be a nurse? It's the common answer is like, I just want to help people. And that's really the common narrative around this profession. But on the other hand, this is also an institution that has done great violence and continues to enact a lot of violence on people. And so I think if you are coming into this work without understanding that, or at least acknowledging that, it's going to be really easy to fall into some blind spots or some common traps and reproduce a lot of harms that way. And so seeing it that way, or having learned that, you know, I think it's not surprising. The findings from the In Plain Sight report are not surprising when you, like, particularly the populations where I work, or the people I work with, like, there's a common experience. Nobody wants to go to the hospital because they don't feel well treated there, they don't feel heard, and they have watched their friends die there, they have watched people be harmed, they themselves have had really traumatic experiences. So it really just did affirm things that I think people already knew, and I think though it's still harrowing to read those findings and just see the extent to which people have been mistreated and dismissed.
I guess the good news is that it was brought forward. It was brought into the open rather than how it had existed for dozens of years at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, yeah, it was definitely a new light on the issue again, and I think the scope of it reached a lot more people than previous, but even before then, you know, I did medical school in Manitoba, and the report of Brian Sinclair came out when I was in, I don't know, like second or third year, and Brian Sinclair was an Indigenous man who died in a Winnipeg waiting room, having waited like more than 30 hours, I think, for medical care. And, you know, the report just lines up systemic things and systemic ways in which we failed Brian. So, like, these cases have happened, have been documented, but unfortunately, you know, things persist, racism persists.
Yeah. So, did you see any shift at all, either individually or more collectively in your profession after that? Or
I think my workplace has definitely talked about it as broader groups. That said, I think I work in places where the baseline level of understanding of systemic racism or systemic sexism, all of these things, is pretty, like, most people have at least a little understanding of that already. So it's not like you're starting from zero. A lot of the examples given in the report were from acute care, so from hospital settings, and I work in the community. So while I think, like, I'm hoping that there have been changes and action and procedural changes, I think it's hard for me to assess because I work in a different setting. I would actually really love if that study or that kind of investigation could be carried out in community settings, because I think you'd find very similar findings. They would just look a little bit different in a clinic-based setting. Yeah. That's a good question, though.
Well, it's an ongoing question, I think, and one that we will have to continue to be mindful of. Barriers to respectful care is a phrase that's used by many of us, I think, and when we're talking about who can access health care and what kind of health care. And one of my colleagues, who was hoping to be here today but could not be, is doing a very large ongoing study among birthers, among pregnant people, and specifically those who identify as racialized or marginalized in some other way. And just how important it is, not just in birthing, to improve outcomes, but also in healthcare in general. What would you say with working with the persons you've worked with so far? What are some of the barriers that people are facing in those terms, in accessing respectful care, I guess?
Oh, that's a tough, big question.
Yeah.
I mean, in the birthing world, I find that, healthcare, like obstetricians, I mean, most of the time, obviously, all our goal is to, get, healthy moms and a healthy baby. But sometimes I think we've kind of forgotten about, like, the experiences of the person giving birth throughout the whole process, and sometimes, some birthers, like, they have certain, wants or asks, right? And I think sometimes we kind of shut down some of their requests, right? Because maybe we're not used to it, or because we think it's, quote unquote, it's not evidence-based or research. And I think, to me, that's also part of culture of humility. And I bring this up because, most of the studies and like outcomes have been done in the States in terms of Black people who are giving birth. And, I was listening to a podcast recently of a Black psychiatrist who decided, to not give birth in a hospital and to give birth with a midwife and a doula, because, in a way it's like, well, the studies have shown that, you're more likely to die in a hospital, right? And it's like, so that's why I'm very actually excited about, the fact that midwifery and, doula care is becoming more prominent, and especially with knowing that there's more of a BIPOC midwifery group, because I think this is something that a lot of, racialized individuals, may want, would want to request for, especially if they're low risk, right? And I think that we, as obstetricians, need to also sort of recognize that and, change some of the way we, approach patients sometimes in having discussions, so that, patients feel more comfortable and trust us too throughout the process, right? So that's just something I've been reflecting on recently too, on, how we interact with midwives and how we interact with doulas, because I think we should always be centering, the patients, right, in whatever we're doing. And I think sometimes we think, okay, well, all that we've done is evidence-based and this is the right way, but I don't know, it's just one way of healing, right? There are multiple ways of healing out there. So
yeah, I think you brought up a good point in terms of like what is safety, right? There's like our physiological safety, and then there's everything else safety, the whole person's safety, and being honored and respected in that way. For me, one of the reasons I became a midwife was because it was very much a combining of spiritual and political parts of my life and what I thought were important things to blend. And so the safety is of the whole person. And I was going to say something else really important just now, but it will have to come back in a moment. But thank you for bringing that part up. Yeah.
Thanks, Lola. I agree, really. I think kind of further to your point, one of the great achievements of colonialism and systemic racism is actually to divorce people from their traditional healing knowledge and practices. And, you know, part of the barrier to culturally safe care or appropriate care is not having access to that, or having that be belittled or sidelined. So part of creating safety for people is like building back access to those things and restoring those relationships. So and then on the provider side, there are lots of different factors. One being that there are a lot of like prevalent bigoted ideas floating about. And two, you know, the constraints of the system are just like, you know, people are rushing. They don't always make time or have time to sit and listen to people. So lots of concerns just kind of get squashed down because no one makes time for them. You know, people are burnt out, and so maybe not able to like be the most compassionate that they could be otherwise. And that isn't an excuse for it, but it's a factor. But yeah, definitely a lack of just understanding of these issues and the way that they are enacted, even in some ways. You know, rarely is there like an overt slur being used. It's usually more covert than that, and we're very poor at picking those up and detecting patterns over time, because mostly we see one instance and consider it as an isolated event and are very bad at noticing those trends over time. Yeah.
You're both probably aware of the SANYAS, Indigenous Cultural Safety Training Program. I was happy to do that when it first became available to registered midwives. And in fact, as part of my work at UBC, I help place midwifery students with preceptors for their clinical practice for a year. And we have developed what we have termed Indigenous placement sites, so that these are placements, practices that have shown to be dedicated to having a cultural awareness and humility and respect, and safe places to send Indigenous students. We have always reserved, well, not always, in the last 10 years, reserved 2 spots out of 20, it's still not very much, for persons who identify as Indigenous. And it's important to them and to us that they be placed in placements that are very safe for them. And that one of the SANYAS Indigenous Cultural Safety Training is one of the requirements for being in that. I'm wondering if, are either of you aware of the medical program having something similar in any way, shape, or form?
Sannyas is offered, or it was offered by my program for all residents in my family medicine training program. Or I think actually there was a problem the year that I did it, so we received another kind of Indigenous cultural safety specifically. And at the medical school undergraduate level, I think it really varies school to school and curriculum to curriculum.
Like I think in medical school, like back in Ottawa, I think there was definitely part of our curriculum. There's like an Indigenous component, you know, where we have Indigenous speakers come to talk to us about their experiences throughout medical school, and also similarly, just like how I got to go to moose factories, opportunities to go to work with, you know, Indigenous patients or Indigenous preceptors, which I got to work with in Moose Factory, which is just awesome, right? To see and like listening to her experience and how she got there and how hard it was for her to go through medical school by herself and how she was, you know, like discriminated against, but, you know, returned back to her community. And it's just empowering. It just reassures you of the importance of making space for Indigenous and other marginalized groups to, you know, be able to access spaces like medicine or midwifery or doula, because they really do make an impact in, you know, how patients experience their care.
And that's actually been studied. So like, you know, this evidence would say that having a diverse workforce improves the actual like physical health outcomes of clients, and also improves the patient's experience of their care. So that has been studied and quantified.
And to your comment of like burnout on precept on like physicians or residents, you know, also having a diverse group of colleagues also just enriches your experience, and I would think reduces that risk of stress and
In the placement process in our program, it is specifically asked if a person does identify as, I guess for lack of a better term at this point, and I know this may evolve in the future, as BIPOC, if they have a particular request to be placed in a BIPOC, with a BIPOC preceptor. And we have been fortunate enough to recruit some of our clinical faculty to be mentors who are BIPOC. So, I mean, it's small steps, it's painstakingly small steps, but it's all working towards really having patients, clients be able to access practitioners, and also for us to be educating practitioners who reflect our larger community, what the face of our larger community looks like. So, during both of your experiences in medical education, were there specific times, and if you can share whatever you feel comfortable sharing, in your training, was there incidents of racism that you experienced personally or around you, saw experienced, that were able to be resolved in some effective manner? And I don't know, you don't have to answer at all.
For myself, I think like, certainly I saw actually my classmates be fairly racist towards two of our stellar Indigenous physicians and teachers who basically single-handedly built the Indigenous curriculum, like the Indigenous cultural safety curriculum for the University of Manitoba Medical School. And so like very adversarial interactions like in our classroom towards someone who is your teacher and, you know, you're, you know, a leader. And then like that continues sort of like when you leave the class, like people are really defensive about things that were discussed and basically like, you know, afraid of this. He's a big guy, Dr. Lavalley, but he's like this big, tall, Indigenous man. But yeah, you know, like he gets a lot of that. So, you know, it's hard to see that from your peers who you know are also going to like graduate this program and then hold a lot of power over other people and also be educators in and of themselves inherent to their job. That's a pretty like icky feeling thing to be aware of. And then on a personal level, you know, I feel very lucky that I didn't personally experience a lot of really harmful things in that way. I think though what is different, like there's an underrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people in medical school and to a lesser extent South Asian and East Asian people. So I think my position in that is just different, privileged differently. Yeah, I definitely got told I was too quiet a lot, which I resent so hard. Like I was quiet because I was listening.
Yeah,
exactly.
But like I don't know.
I think similarly, I wouldn't say anything necessarily overt. While in, you know, going through the medical field currently, I would say other covert things, you know, definitely there's always a sensation that being sometimes the only Black person in this space, I feel like I have to work harder than my peers to prove myself. Like there's always that feeling, and that if I were to make a mistake, it's like not just me. So I have that pressure I'm always working to sort of let go of, and you know, trying to just focus on, you know, self-care and all these things, because it's just really heavy. Like it definitely causes anxiety, and I think that's part of why some people, like I was going to a talk once, and she was a Black surgeon in the States, and she was saying that especially in surgery, you know, if people of color get into surgery, the retention rate tends to be less compared to white counterparts, and I think that's part of it. Like just this, it's sometimes a grueling field, and it may not be overt sometimes, but certain expectations and things when you fail and stuff could affect you in different ways. So yeah, that's kind of hard sometimes, and I think also to finding people who would vouch for you in these spaces if you are making a mistake, you know. I think it's harder, it's easier sometimes for some other people who have other people who look like them or have similar interests and things like that. So I would say from that other lens, in terms of like patient care, I think that usually, like similar to what you were saying, I don't think it's ever necessarily overt sometimes, but it's like, you know, some people have like certain cultural asks or spiritual preferences that I think are looked down on sometimes by the healthcare providers, and you kind of pick up on that and it feels uncomfortable to be in that room. Yeah, or certain judgments on people, you know, like especially in obstetrics. I remember in Ottawa, like let's say certain people have multiple kids and like the way they talk about them and things like that. So yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks for that. I'm wondering if the audience out there has any other questions on any of the things that we've talked about so far. And if one does, please let me know. Okay, I see a hand.
Yes, I'm very happy that you guys are doing what you do. Thank you very much, especially during this diverse times of COVID. Are there any ever times where you're doing the best you may do, you know that, but it still feels like you could do better? Do any of you have what's called imposter syndrome?
Yes.
Good question.
Every day.
So.
Yeah, same.
I don't know what else to say to that.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I mean, just looking at, for instance, you know, the obstetrics residence in Vancouver being like the second biggest program in the country. There's only 2 Black residents out of 50 or 60 of us. So yeah, it's sometimes you're like, oh, how did I get here? Like, did I get sure? Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like the system intentionally wants to sow that doubt, particularly in oppressed groups. Like the institution does not want you there by and large, because it doesn't want to change that much. So it feeds off of imposter syndrome, but particularly of people who are coming from a marginalized group.
For sure, yeah. And like even with regards to learning more about how even like the field of gynecology was started, right? Like when you do the research and you learn that it's basically like a white slave owner and sort of the kind of surgeries that were performed on Black slave women who are not anesthetized to come up with many of the surgeries we do today, you know. And you think about that and how that impacts sort of how we practice right now. And and you think about the indigenous practices of certain groups who didn't have the field of gynecology, but they were still taking care of themselves, right? And then, at some point, when medicine took over and says, okay, midwives, no, and you know what I mean? But you do have some people who are still practicing these indigenous practices, but because it's, again, I always put quotation marks, it's not evidence-based, we look down on them, and I think that's just, it's tough for someone like me because I come from people who practice some of these, other ways of healing, and it's just not necessarily recognized. And I think that's also kind of imposter syndrome in that sense, I think, because you're part of the system that only values one way sometimes, although they say they value change. It's kind of hard sometimes. Yeah.
Speaking of cultural practices, I was able to attend a couple of times workshops done by doula collectives. And the title of one was Decolonizing Birth Work, which was so impactful to me, and really spoke to how the basis of so much of our care in general, and specifically, this was specific to maternity care, was a result of colonization, and obliterated what had been here for many centuries earlier. One of our Indigenous students who graduated last year did her final paper, a very renowned one, on reclaiming Indigenous practices in birth. And I hear it's going to be published. And, that's the kind of thing that needs to happen. Exactly. Research is so colonial. And it's so limited. And we need to have researchers working with other practices, with other backgrounds, other ways of healing, and to have that surface and to be acknowledged and looked at. And so, it's a vast field. Research really guides so much of what we end up doing in practice. So we need to have the research that's there to support moving forward in this. Oh. I see another hand.
Yes, it is. What I was wondering is, we talk a bit about racism as, there's being issues around racism, but what about cultural differences or, diversities? As a prime example, I was privileged to be one of the first men to be allowed into the delivery room when my child was born. You? Yeah, in 1973. And it's become more common practice now around, we'll say, North American practices for meant to be part of the delivery process. But I know that not all cultures are at that same level or look at it the same way. How much of that adds to or affects some of the issues around racism?
I think it's those are sometimes like obviously working in concert at times, but slightly different forces at play. I think making space for a person's culture 99% of the time makes a lot of sense and like helps a patient feel safe and heard and understood. And if you don't understand that or where that comes from, I think it's okay to explore that a little bit with them, but I don't know that, or I'm not sure how this sort of implicit power disparities are really changed by that. You know, I think like there is white supremacy active and there is Western supremacy active and Western cultural supremacy active. And those two often work together, but sometimes are operating differently. Yeah, but it's an interesting question. I don't think I really have a good answer for it.
What do you mean?
So I would say Western supremacy culture, I would think of as like the cultural norms and practices of people in North America and Europe, but particularly the cultural norms of white dominant society become privileged, and that is thought of as like the most forward thinking way or the most progressive way of being, with other people being kind of like backwards or like having to catch up. Whereas that's not necessarily true. You know, every culture across the globe has its strengths and has its struggles. And there are people within those cultures, if there are problems, there are probably already people within those cultural groups working for change, but they are a part of those communities, and so they're really a lot better positioned to be making that change. But it's that part's like really tricky ground sometimes.
That's actually great. Thanks for actually breaking that down separately. I don't think I've actually heard that separated that way. So thanks for doing that. It makes so much sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Because I mean, like in terms of like birthing, I guess to that specific point, like I mentioned, you know, obstetrics. When medicine came, only white men could be in obstetrics and gynecology. So technically, men were allowed to deliver babies, right, as opposed to the midwives, who were at that time were mostly women in that sense. But I guess now with how things are changing, how more, you know, people who identify as like, you know, she or her, who are coming into medicine, yes, there are more, I guess, women in medicine. And because of that, like maybe more women are going to obstetrics and gynecology more. But typically right now, to your point on the culture, I guess it depends on the culture of the people who are delivering their babies and what they would prefer. I guess some cultures may want their parents to be in the room. Some cultures just want their partner to be in the room, and we just try to respect that as holding space for that couple, whatever they want, because maybe that's just like it's being influenced by their culture. Yeah, but we don't impose upon them what they should do or who should be in that space.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly, that ultimately, well, in the world of birthing anyway, the birther ultimately has the decision on that. And I could share briefly a situation I had in clinical practice where a family had moved here and they were from Ghana. And the woman was having a baby, their third. And the partner, the male partner, said, in my country, we don't have men who in the birthing process at all. And so it's like, okay, it's whatever works for you. And because that's what has to be. You know, that's respectful care. Is it part of the Hippocratic Oath?
Probably some semblance of that.
Yeah. Do no harm is part of the Hippocratic Oath, for sure. And if we're talking about harm being more than physical harm being meant, yeah. So this partner did, in the end, they made the decision that, yes, he was going to be present. And he did say afterwards, I'm very, very glad that I had that experience. And not that, you know, not to impose that on anybody at all. Be there, listen, hear them, and go with them through whatever decision making is right for them.
Yeah, the funding that, like in education and in medicine these days, it's such an enormous part of a provincial or even federal budget, and you see in school education where inner city, which are largely BIPOC communities, and that are much less funded, much less resourced, and I see that as systemic racism, and yeah, do you see evidence of that in the medical community? Like, for instance, how I don't know, Vancouver General might be funded differently than St. Paul's. One's in the inner city and one serves a much more upscale population, and the diversity of care that's offered in we had a panel on food sovereignty, and inner cities, particularly in some of the big American cities, are food deserts, and people won't go there, and practitioners won't go there, and a lot of that has to do with funding organized in a systemically racist way. Do you see any evidence of that?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we categorically tend to ignore the northern half of our country. So, like, northern Indigenous communities fly daily for things as simple as, like, take a flight to get an ultrasound. Like, if you live I worked in the Yukon for just a month, but, like, people would get on a plane to Whitehorse for an ultrasound or an X-ray or whatever. Like, it's ridiculous. Or, like, for birthing, you know, you're several weeks still out from actually delivering, but a person has to leave their home community, leave their family, leave their support network, and go to a totally foreign city, like a place they don't know anyone. It's really culturally different from what they know, and have their baby in a place like that. Like, that is systemic racism, and that's nationwide.
You probably know about, in Northern Ontario and Quebec, some of the Indigenous communities that have taken back birthing. Pavungnatuk is one that and midwives from the south worked together with midwives from the local communities there, and I'm sure there was always an obstetrician somewhere around, certainly family doctors, with the absolute intention of not shipping everyone south, being really able to bring back birthing to their communities, which was where it belonged, in the hands of the people of the community who were trained. I don't know that that's happened a lot here out west. Then, my sense is that it doesn't. Even in Port Hardy, we have a midwife practice there, and any risk factors whatsoever, they need to ship the person down to Campbell River, for instance. So.
Why don't they have the resources there where it makes sense?
I think Rob asked a question about funding. And I think that's probably the answer.
Yeah, I think it probably boils down to something like your long-term savings as a government improve if you invest in more resources more locally across a geography, but your short-term savings, it's just simpler to put a person on a flight for a simple lab test or investigation than it is to have that thing locally available to them. And that's an issue of priorities.
And I think we universally in healthcare in BC face a shortage of practitioners in the rural communities. I mean, that's a whole other topic of healthcare that is, it's connected with racism, but it's unique. It's very different than the inner city issues that we face in that subject. Are medical doctors given any support in moving to a rural community that has expressed need that either of you know of?
Yeah, well, when I think back, I came back to Moose Factory because that's like my really only experience.
What was the name of the place?
Moose Factory.
Moose Factory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was wondering if I was hearing correctly, so
no,
I wanted to
it's-
check it out. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's great. I know there, one of my preceptors at that time was telling me that you get like a lot of income to work there, and your home is paid for completely, and you get stipends, and then you also get like 6 flight trips a year. So yeah, there's like bonuses for people who would like to go and live there. The of course the caveat, usually it's for like 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. The ideal is to have someone who would want to be there longer, which is why Moose Factory specific, they had a couple of doctors and 2 were indigenous from there, and so it was nice because they're just going to live there, that's their community. So the ideal is to have that. But yeah, there's definitely bonuses for people who want to go rurally, from my understanding, from that experience anyways.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's a couple different ways that services are incentivized in rural communities, and one of them is remuneration is different. Like you might get paid a salary, you might get paid, rather than per visit like you do in the city, you get paid quite differently and usually more. The other practice that also is like quite dicey and probably is rooted in racism is if you're an international medical graduate. So if you did medical school and training in a country outside of Canada, and you get into a residency spot to finish your training in Canada, you are then obligated to do a return of service, which means work for a defined period of time. And usually you have like a little bit of choice in where you go, but not a lot. So you probably will go to some rural communities. Those are the highest needs places. And so there are a lot of doctors who did most of their training from other parts of the world, and that's where they're working. But it's a pretty brittle system because it's pretty hard to integrate into those communities sometimes, or it doesn't mesh with other factors in that person's life or family, and so it's a bit of a revolving door where people maybe come in for 2 or 3 years, do their return of service, and promptly pack up and leave. And so that community has very little consistency over time in terms of their providers, and then they become quite used to that. But this is, like, as you were saying, another really beautiful benefit to working really hard to empower people from all kinds of communities to do health work, whether that's in Western medical professions or other types of healing work, is they're more likely to go back and serve their own community. So that's a big physician recruitment strategy as well.
I know the program I'm work with has a DOME, distributed option for medical education and midwifery education, with that idea of really, receiving, encouraging everybody who is qualified to do so from rural areas who wants to work in the future as a rural healthcare provider. I didn't think medicine might have something similar.
Yeah, it
as
does.
well.
It exists in Manitoba. I grew up in a rural Manitoban community, and like that was definitely a part of my application process. And I think it exists here too.
It exists. Yeah, I don't know much about BC again because I'm new, but I'll learn. But Ontario, NOSM, Northern Ontario School of Medicine, majority of their class has to be someone who grew up in a rural community.
Like UBC Faculty of Medicine has campuses in Vancouver, in Kelowna, I think, and Prince George as well. So that's, I think, their attempt at a similar type of programming.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Is there anybody online out there who has some questions? Okay. Yes, please.
Wanted to ask, like, in both of your organizations, Care Not Cops and Black Physicians of BC, like, before we were talking about abolition, and I mean, with things like policing, it's more straightforward, like the policy changes you're calling for, because, you can say, like, abolish the police, but like healthcare, you can't just abolish it. But obviously there's like such deep-rooted systemic change that needs to happen, and I'm wondering, like, are there any specific like policy changes that your organizations are calling for right now that you'd like to bring light to or talk about?
Good question. I think, yeah, that's a good question. Thanks for that. In terms of policy and engaging with policymakers, I think Care Not Cops, yeah, I think sometimes that's a tricky place to know, like, how fruitful is that going to be, and like the work-benefit ratio there is maybe a bit skewed, but I think there's definitely important policy changes to make there. I think largely from a harm reduction standpoint, I think, we would love to see an end to police healthcare partnerships in the mental health sector. So the CAR 87, this like nurse that rides around in a cop car in response to like mental health calls in the community, like that seems like an unnecessary, use of police, or like just like an inappropriate place for police to be. What is really needed is more community-based mental health and peer-led mental health services. So I think we like to frame things in terms of like, here's what we'd like to build instead. Like, here's where we'd like to go. So particularly in the realm of mental health, peer-led, community-based initiatives that are well-funded and well-staffed and resourced, that build off of what people are already doing to keep each other safe. Yeah.
I think for the Black physicians of BC and like the Black physicians of Canada, I think mainly would be, as I mentioned, increasing the number of Black, medical professionals in the country and supporting their retention and their well-being throughout. And then also a big thing was also calling for more race-based data in healthcare in Canada, because we don't really have that. So we don't really know like how certain groups are treated versus others. So we kind of we're born from the States, which is different in terms of the experiences, like similar in some ways, but also different in terms of the experiences, yeah.
Does that kind of answer your question a bit?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you brought up the important word of policy. And that is what, ultimately has to happen. And, conversations like this are maybe a starting point for some of those. So, I hear a question.
organization can do to assist where both of your projects are going? What kind of community or outside organizational support on your behalf would you find useful or not?
That's a tough one. I feel like I'd have to, now that I know about you guys, I'll definitely bring it up to our group and, figure out ways that we can work together to see how you guys could continue to help us in our goals, for sure. Thanks.
Yeah, similarly, I think one of our main focus points for the next year will be just like building relationships with other community activists and organizations. And so I think there are many ways that like the work you're already doing supports the work that we're doing. And yeah, like your group throws really excellent panels and symposiums. And I think that's the kind of thing that we might want to try putting together ourselves at some point. And so I think there's a lot we can learn from people who have done those kinds of projects to bring people together and have these discussions, and then take those discussions into the world and try and make some changes.
Just to follow along on that, one thing that I want to say is our organization, we call ourselves a Support Education and Action Group. And so we want to support people like both your projects and this and all of the panels over the 3 days. We're going to put together into an education package that will be available to schools and libraries and individuals and organizations wanting to learn more about systemic racism and what can be done about it, but also to encourage intersectionality cooperation so that all of the various elements that interfere with us working more collaboratively and effectively, we want to work to get rid of them. And so we will commit, but it's up to you to tell us how. You're the experts of your own position. But what we do is we commit to be a support education and action group. And everything we do has an education component, and everything we do has an action component. We are not just going to talk about things. If we can help, we would like to help.
Well, thanks so much. That's great to know. Yeah, we'll definitely be in touch.
I know we have a little bit more time, and it dawned on me as I was sitting here that we've gone through this whole discussion without mentioning one of the main issues in healthcare in BC, opioid use and issues. So I don't even know, pardon? I'm not even sure what specific question I have about that. It's just that it did not seem right to me that we have this panel and this conversation without addressing that as well.
Yeah.
So anything that either of you want to say about it would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that is my 2 days a week, all day, every day kind of thing. I work with a lot of people who use drugs and have, struggles with their mental health and or with homelessness. Yeah, and like with all health outcome disparities, racism plays a role here, and Indigenous and Black people who use drugs have worse outcomes than their white counterparts. And people are trying to, again, like reclaim their culture, reclaim their access to land and foodways as a means of healing, including as a means of healing from substance use and healing from the trauma that underpins that substance use often. Like there isn't a single person who uses drugs who doesn't have some sort of personal trauma or intergenerational trauma. There's maybe a question.
Yes.
Yeah, my question basically is that I know there's groups out there that are dealing with the opioid crisis, groups like Mom Stop the Harm. Are you working directly with them or in some capacity?
Yeah, we're not working directly with those groups, but we work sort of alongside them and definitely share a lot of the same values and share like some of the same organizational membership. I know the Defund Network, which is the sort of broader group that Care Not Cops belongs to, has a lot of deep relationships with groups like Mom Stop the Harm and the Drug User Liberation Front and with Vandu. So there are a lot of like crossover relationships already there, though Care Not Cops is not at this moment explicitly like engaged in any projects alongside. But lots of room for that to happen in the future.
I'm glad you brought up the word trauma. I know one of the things that is also starting to happen in education among healthcare providers is an awareness of trauma-informed care. Can you speak a little bit about what that might look like, what that entails? Anything you know about it?
I guess I feel like I have a narrow view because I'm in obstetrics and gynecology, so I'll focus on that. I think when I think of trauma-informed care, especially with patients who have experiences with, sexual assault, right? That's a big one with, some of the exams that we do in terms of vaginal exams, cervical exams, speculum tests. Like these are pretty, it's very intimate, and so. I recently learned from one of the nurses, how to have a gentle vaginal exam for all patients, and in terms of, talking with them through as I'm doing it, going patiently and slow, and it's just like learning different ways to make patients who have traumatic experiences feel comfortable in that space too. And I think another example is also some moms who have had certain experiences with birth that have been sort of traumatic the first time, and honoring that when we're with them for their subsequent deliveries.
Yeah, I appreciate what you've shared as well, and like I agree with that. The approach in the clinical encounter is really important. I think for me, trauma-informed care is like the perspective that whether or not you know that a person has had a traumatic experience, to approach them with the thoughtfulness that they might have. And so you treat everybody with this in mind, like they may have gone through something in their past or in their community, including systemic things, including systemic violences, that would make them really uncomfortable or make them unsafe in a healthcare setting. And that begins from the time they enter your clinical space, your clinic, your hospital, whatever it is, all the way through when they leave that space again. And so that trauma-informed care is a continuum across all of the people that they will encounter in that space. And also, of course, the clinical physical exam or history taking, the questions that you ask, how you ask them, and is also really tied to obtaining consent and like asking is this okay, explaining what you're going to do before you do it, and letting people know that if you need me to stop asking this line of questioning, or if you need me to stop doing what I'm doing, just say stop and I'll do that.
I think you brought out both of you brought out some very tangible ways in which healthcare providers can be more sensitive and attuned to the fact that anybody out there might have some trauma, anybody that we're interacting with, for sure. So thank you for doing that. Informed choice, informed decision-making are not just keywords. They're actual things that you can put into practice that make a big difference for a person and the person receiving care. And the lack of that is sometimes a reason why people don't seek care.
Yeah.
It's kind of a real basic bottom line of what we can, small steps we can do to change that narrative for people, one at a time if need be. Any other comments, questions, observations out there, either online or in our audience? Nothing online. Okay. I smell some really wonderful food cooking here. And I suspect that it's time for us to do something about that. So, unless anybody has some final closing thoughts, reflections, let's go do that. And thank you very, very much for being here and sharing your perspectives.
Thanks so much for having us. And thank you.
Thank you so much. It was so wonderful to listen and have this conversation with everyone.
Okay. Let's take care.
And thank you, Camille, for being a really wonderful moderator and for sharing some of your many years of caring, supportive experience in the healthcare world, too. Yeah.
Thank you, Camille.
Okay. Food's on. We're just going to...
Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to, for you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach the dying of a moment. Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach Your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to, for you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach dying of a moment. Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach Your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? And there's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, can you teach dying of a moment. Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to, for you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach me how to see? In the course of a lifetime, dying of a moment. Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach dying of a moment. Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to Am I lost on the road of life, or just strolling in the sun? There's a voice coming from above, telling me I should run. Am I learning all my lessons? Am I just waiting here to die? Am I living out each moment? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to fly? Am I moving any closer, or just simply lost my way? There's a voice deep inside me telling me I have today. Am I soaring like an eagle? Am I peaceful as a dove? Am I giving all I need to? Can you teach me? Can you teach me how to love? In the darkness of the moment, can you teach teach me how to see in the course of a lifetime. Can you teach me how to be in the lightness of my being? Can you teach me how to feel in the dying of a moment? Can you teach me what is real? Along the path on the road of life, your love is all around. As I travel the road of life, myself I finally found that I'm soaring like an eagle. I am peaceful as a dove. I am giving all I need to. For you taught me how to love. I'm giving all I need to. For you taught me how to as the years go by.
Well, here we are. Welcome, everyone, to the really funky Moberly Arts Center. And this is, I'm Rob Hornsey from the West Coast Coalition Against Racism, and this is the second day of our Roots, Rhythm, and Resistance Anti-Racism Symposium and Performance event. And we've had fabulous panels today with a panel on abolition and one on the Air, Water, and Defenders panel with Hereditary Chief George Kwok's sister and Cedar George and our Buckman Coe, who's going to be performing here shortly, and then another fabulous panel on racism and healthcare. Okay, so if you've never heard Buckman Coe before, you've really missed out, and we're really excited that he's here to share his musical talents. Great songwriter, great singer. If you've never seen him, you'll want to see him, and go online. And he has a new vinyl record and lots of really good CDs that are out there. So without further ado, we're going to bring up Buckman Coe.
All right, so I did mention that you know, there's protest songs, but we need to uplift people. So I got a bunch of love songs. I'm gonna play like a bunch of protest songs, mostly. Maybe you'll get a love song. But I like to keep things positive. This is probably the cheeriest song about decolonization ever written. And that's not just hubris. I just don't see how anybody has written a more optimistic song about decolonization. Well, I'm trying to decolonize my mind. This may take time, but I promise I will start to shine a light on the darkest corners of my heart, to unlearn the racist and oppressive ideology that are ingrained in the fabric of our society. You may not realize it's there, but it is. Moving forward, it's gonna be messy. There's a hunger there now, but we are rich. But there are lessons for us all. But I know, but I see. I choose possibility. But I know, but I see. I choose possibility. Well, I'm a guest here on indigenous soil, and my brother, you've been a gracious host. I'll endeavor to earn my keep, and my sister, I'll do all I can to defend me from misogyny. Seems to be at the root of this destructive band to pillage the pillars of life itself. Moving forward's gonna be messy. The hunger there now. We are rich. We have our lessons for us all. But I know, but I see. I choose possibility. But I know, but I see. I choose possibility. Well, I'm learning to be an ally now for the voices of the elders and the land. And to appropriate is not appropriate, but there's a light to shine. Some were just right. We will meet in a field, and I can feel the sunshine on the faces now. Every time for our tears to dry. Moving forward boldly to the bright future. I'm sure glad to have you by my side. But I know I choose possibility, but I must know, but I must see. I choose possibility. Whoa, whoa. Well, I'm trying to decolonize my mind. This may take time, but I promise I will start. Hey, I told you it was pretty cheery. Yeah, you got to start with yourself. And there's a lot. In the symposium earlier on the panel, I was talking about just the global experience of colonization, and about my own family's experience of colonization on the Taiwanese side of my family. Taiwan was kind of a vassal of the Qing dynasty, I believe, and then the Japanese took over for about 60 years. And then they lost the war, the World War II, and all the losers got to had to give back all their colonies, and all the victors got to hang on to the colonies for a little bit longer. And then in Malaysia, we had the same thing with England colonizing, and then the Japanese coming in during the war, and then coming here, learning how to be an ally during this sort of time of come together, awakening, and truth. And yeah, but a lot of my stuff has a lot to do with nature. I grew up close to nature. So that's a song about decolonization. This is a song about apocalypses. It's the cheeriest song about apocalypses ever written, too. So I quickly learned this one right before this little concert thing. And yeah, so this is really comes from my love of nature and being in nature. I sure like it here, the birds in the trees, and sitting quiet by the mountain's feet. And the math may baffle your mind. A planet such as this is hard to find. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The apocalypse is not guaranteed. No, it's not guaranteed. Just because it's written in some books, far as I know, hope is still free. This is our cathedral, can we let it be? And keep the oil out of our seas. 'Cause we all choke with the sludge in our lungs. This constant need for more must be overcome. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The apocalypse is not guaranteed. No, it's not guaranteed. Just because it's written in some books, far as I know, hope is still free. and the time surely come. We have no choice but to act as one. Yes, the time must surely come. We got no choice to act as one. Ooh, 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 ooh. The apocalypse is not guaranteed. No, it's not guaranteed. Just because it's written in some books, far as I know, hope is still free. Thanks so much. All right. We'll play a love song. Because I've been kind of noticing, and because I'm older than I look. I mean, not like movies where they're like, I'm retired. I mean, I'm like, I'm invincible. No, I'm not invincible. When you don't die, what is that? That, like, yeah. Anyway, sorry, my brain's a little fried. But the macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm. The family is reflected, in the world. When we cause harm to communities, the communities cause harm within their communities. So a love song, and a love song about healing between a man and a woman, or a man and a man, or a they and a they, a them and a them, a thon and a thon, and a z and a z, and everything in between. Thanks. I gave you guys a whole bunch of pronouns, new ones. I like thon and z. I'm gender fluid, whatever. I think everything's fluid. Y'all are fluid. I just think Dawn and Z sounds better. So this is a song about harmony between Dawn and Z and everything else in between. Whoa, mama, I'm tired of this war, where the laughter and the kindness that used to fill up the halls. Mom, we do it all 'cause we don't recognize ourselves. Save us from this hell. I'm gonna tune up real quick, because harmony requires tuning, and we need to be on the same, same page. And we got time, because it's just me. All right. Because it sounds terrible. And it makes me go like this. Whoa, mama, I'm tired of this war, where's the laughter and the kindness that used to fill up the halls? What we do with it all 'cause we don't recognize ourselves. Save us from this hell. When we started, all was good. You thought my quirks were kinda cute, but now, baby, you refuse. When I wanna get next to you, you're pushing me away. You still say you want me to stay. It's driving me crazy. But I feel it so strong, my love for you. That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'm not giving up. My love for you. My love for That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'm not giving up my love for you. My love for you. My love for you is what keeps me going on. Whoa, mama, living was easy. We used to take in the sunshine, drink a glass of wine. It was like a picnic in a park. But now it's after dark, and the light from your phone just ain't enough. In these times, take it or leave it. We all got our dark side. We're all just full of pride, but we came here for a reason. We can return to our grace. Let me see that smile on your face. But I feel it so sure, my love for you. That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'm not giving up. My love for you. My love for you. I feel it so strong. I feel it so strong. That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'm not giving up. My love for you. My love for you. I feel it so strong. I feel it so strong. That's why I'm not giving up. That's why I'm not giving up. My love for you. My love for you. My love for you is what keeps me going on. Hey, hey. Ooh. Hey. Oh, oh. Ooh. Whoa, mama, I'm tired of this war. Where's the laughter and the kindness that used to fill up the halls? When we do it all 'cause we don't recognize ourselves. Save us from this hell. Thank you so much. Oh, you know, people dumping me, people dumping oil in the ocean. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, you know, sometimes I make some shit up. You know. But this next song was written on the way up to the Peace River Valley. And my parents decided to come. It was the Paddle for the Peace. And do you remember that event? Yeah? And so I was in the back of the car, and we had our old cedar strip canoe that my family and I used to go on little trips from Edmonton to like into the mountains, and used to have, I got so many memories in that old canoe. Like our big old, what's that? The name, the brand? I can't remember the brand. They kind of shut down. They were in Edmonton at the time. We're going way back. We're going back like 40 years ago that my dad first got that canoe. So we had that strapped to the top of the car, and Dad was driving the whole way, and I was playing around with this tuning, which, you know, I'm kind of impressed that I'm talking while tuning at the same time. You might not be impressed, but I'm impressed by myself. Oh yeah, they say it's not possible, but it's true. My girlfriend says you can, but I'm like, 100% you can. Do it all day. So these next two songs I wrote while I was going up there to the Peace River Valley. It's a long-ass drive. And other verses are about other front lines that I've been to. The song's called Tied to Your Fate. Heading down to the Peace River, without down my waters. Heading down to the Peace River, where that flood the land. And none shall prosper, we can't feed ourselves. Now for our sons and daughters, let them not inherit hell. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. Heading down to the Cannonball River, these are sacred waters. Heading down to the Cannonball River, we dare cross the water. Cross all the borders, people rising up. Cross all the borders, people rising up. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. We defy the puppet's hand, who only serves his master. We are protectors, not protesters, defenders of the land. In the final hour, we will join as one. In the final hour, that'll just begun. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. Tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. You come to harm, tied to your fate now, I can't let you come to harm. this is sounding funny, and you were going to put a real normal. No, okay. Oh, for the applause. Okay, really meaningful applause, guys. You guys at home, you can do that too. I'll feel it. I'll feel it.
Tears have filled up a cloud. I will dance at your feet till the thunder surrounds and becomes deafening. And when this river will swell, it will wash away self till my cells become sound and my soul is unbound. So it goes, how it ends, no one knows. No one has known me so well. I'm a book in your hands. When you read out a spell, I'm at your command. And into the wild I'm sent to return more a man. And in love with the veil, and in what is revealed. So it goes, how it ends, no one knows. So it goes, how it ends, no one knows. No one knows. No one knows. No one knows. So I started my music career, I guess when I was 30,
I had kind of some stuff going on in England for a bit when I was in university there. And I moved here when I was 24. From England, I went to university there, part English. And then I fell in love with the nature and was out in the woods and was just all about that. I stopped pursuing music so much. I was getting into martial arts and rock climbing and kayaking. And then I was like out healing myself out in nature. And I was working with some people with special needs and taking them out into nature. I just felt so much better. And I was like, I wonder if there's a thing to like formally do this, like wilderness therapy. And I looked it up. And lo and behold, there's a university down in Colorado called Naropa University. And I studied wilderness therapy. And I studied psychology and meditation and transpersonal counseling psychology. I came here and worked with people. And then I just started writing more and more music again. And I started making people dance, so I wrote more dancey songs. I was all folky at first. I like this kind of finger-picking stuff. I love all sorts of music. I love reggae and funk. I built up a band. I had horns and everything. It was super fun. And people like reggae and funk, and I love reggae and funk. That's the stuff I want to dance to. I guess so. It's still coming back. Like I said, I've been around the block longer than it looks. So it's gone full circle a couple times. Yeah, and it does come full circle. Like I wrote some of the songs you heard tonight were newish songs, my second last album. I got like 6 albums, so I got back to some of those acoustic roots, and I'll always come back to acoustic roots. This is a reggae song, and I wrote this one with my experience with the Tiny House Warriors and working with them and working against the Trans Mountain Pipeline.
There are no battles that are lost, only battles not yet won. The reason we fight is not to defeat, but to heal, Both sides, they're standing firm, swaying at the roots, fortitude. So gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering storm, coming to wash away. Gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering storm, coming to wash away. Warning signs been ringing quite a while. I combat my tears for the coming generations, inheriting sickness and fears. But love is resilience, is our abundance. Resilience is our abundance. Resilience, abundance. So gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering storm, coming to wash away. Gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering storm, coming to wash away. And I give thanks for the times we're in, for the chance to stand by your side and feel you standing by mine. We're joining forces for the love, for the light, for peace, for human rights, for the love, for the light for earth rights. So gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering stone, coming to wash away, wash away. So gather round, stand your ground. We are the gathering stone, coming to wash away, wash away. Ah, you've been so good. I think you've earned another love song. All right, all right. Let's do a little quick retune here, and I'll try to chat to you while I do it. Oh. I guess I'm just talking to myself. It's still multitasking. All right. The song's called Eye to Eye. Both know we bring our histories with us. Not prepared to tell you what you need to breathe easy. Let me say, all is what it seems. More important is how we mend our broken dreams. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Hey, hey. Is it good the second time around? That's still good? Still good? Still working? I'll do it on the third verse too. I only wrote 2 verses. So easy to love, feelings go untended. Oh, so let them just explode. But I can take a little bit of tension. I will wrestle. That's what you need to see. Eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Pretty baby, eye to eye. Ooh. Let it go, let it go, let it go, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it fall away. Life ain't so hard when we vibe together, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it go, baby. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it fall away. This life ain't so hard when we vibe together, baby. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Pretty baby, eye to eye. Ooh, eye to eye. Ooh. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Let us see eye to eye. Thank you so much. Sadly, this is my language. This shitty old colonizing English language is got a, sadly lacking in cool words. There's some cool English words. No, I haven't. I didn't learn Cantonese. I didn't learn Hokkien, and my family's from Taiwan. And okay, I'll diverge a little bit. So, the Taiwanese language is Hokkien, and then Chiang Kai-shek lost to Mao Zedong and moved over and colonized Taiwan, and then made everybody speak Mandarin. Okay. So,
So if I learned Hokkien, it'd be pretty useless. And Cantonese, I could order at restaurants, I guess, you know. Huh?
Important.
What's that?
It's important to know how you order your Chinese food.
Yeah. I mean, I got by when I learned about Taiwan and my family and my grandfather who fought for self-determination of Taiwan against the Chiang Kai-shek regime, the Kuomintang party. And, you know, I just pointed stuff. I was be like, stinky tofu, stinky tofu, stinky tofu. It works. I don't know why you'd want to order stinky tofu. The deep fried one is not too bad. So if you go to Taiwan, this is what's interesting about Taiwan is that, you know, it was pretty much like a dictatorship, and but now it's like a very progressive democracy. And when I go over there, you know, I have a lot of indigenous friends there, really sweet. Those people love to sing and dance. And yeah, it's really interesting how things can turn around. So maybe Canada will stop being such an asshole to its indigenous people. You know, who knows? It could happen. Okay, well, we're gonna get a song about crazy love. We'll maybe do another protest song. Here we go.
It's the smell of cinnamon of a storm coming, cool current running down my spine. Soft skin recollections got my head spinning. She's a kitten that won't be left behind. It's gonna be the price you pay, price you pay, price you pay, the price you pay over you. Whoa, 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 yeah. Forget sleep, my face is twitching of its own volition. The scent of her neck is the cause of my condition. I've been sleeping rough in the luxury of her pillow. Mama basket case, won't you give it stop for fella home? The price you pay, price you pay, price you pay, the price you pay, the price I pay, the price you pay, price you pay, price you pay, the price you pay over you. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up over you. Dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up over you. Dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up, dream out of breaking up over you. Whoa, 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 yeah. All right. So you said things go full cycle. This song was written for some protection of old growth, and was recently revitalized because unfortunately cycles repeat themselves, and you know we keep on fighting against the clear cutting of old growth. We're still fighting pipelines.
Seems like we never learn.
Yeah, I'm ready for a different story. As a touring musician, I haven't always been able to get down to front lines. I try to do my best to show up at rallies, and when I do have time, make trips, you know, and use my platform as Canada's greatest songwriter that's hidden and undiscovered in the West Coast.
I'd say you're on your way.
Well, I ain't Anne Murray, but anyway, this song's called "Down to the Front Lines."
What is left with every passing generation? Wonder what'll be left to pass on when we go. So I stand for the remnants of the great woods. So I stand for the waters that flow. It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front lines. It's getting down to the wire. It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front line. Oh, oh, oh.
I have a sneaking suspicion the song's not in the 5th fret. I learned the song, relearned my own song for Robert because he was like quoting it earlier. I was like, oh, I better relearn that one. He was harassing me. You guys saw it. It was live streamed.
This is a church for all. This is a sanctuary. You've already gone too far. Won't you show mercy? Please don't you loose your hounds. Bring your injunctions down. This ain't no gold rush town. Will your children let you live this down? It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front lines. It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front lines. Oh, oh, oh.
See, it's so low. It's too low.
Oh, 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 oh.
All right. Good thing I got a few octaves.
When it's gone for good, forever. Not for the good of many. Now don't begrudge the work that some may need for their families. Surely there are better ways for all of us to prosper. It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front line. It's getting down to the wire. Gotta get myself down to the front line. Oh, 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 oh.
How are we doing on time here? I've kind of, in the old days, I would just play for hours. And,
Why not let history repeat itself then?
well, we could do that. You guys want to hear another song?
Sure.
A love song, a protest song? Or?
Your pick.
My
Your
pick?
pick.
Okay. Is it a little cheeky song? A love song? Okay. Well, let's do another little love song here.
Don't you clear your day? Let's do nothing but eat and make love. Life's too short to not use all your sick days. Call and say you're coming out with something. You don't have to tell them that something is me. Hey, hey. I really want to thank you, girl. Your kindness and your curvatures. Though I'm making overtures, I want to thank you in the best way I know how. Really want to show you why the world transpotted through your eyes. I don't want to waste time. Thank you in the best way I know how. So don't you pull away, saying you got a busy, busy day. 'Cause love is work. We got to do some overtime. Girl, you won't know what you're missing. I've got a fever and that fever's for you. Yeah, I really want to thank you, girl, for kindness and your curvatures. No, I'm making overtures. I want to thank you in the best way I know how. Really want to show you why the world shines brighter through your eyes. I don't want to waste time. Thank you in the best way I know how. I want you to know how much I love your skin. I'll try hard that for us to begin. Kiss your sweet face as I wash your hair. Woman, I'll treat you like a goddess you are. Ooh, ooh. Hey, hey. You're the best way I know. Come and just, oh, the best way I know how. They wanna show you why the world shines brighter through your eyes. I don't wanna waste your time. Tell you in the best way I know how. They wanna thank you, girl, kindness and your curvatures. No, I'm making overtures. Thank you in the best way I know how. They wanna show you why the world shines brighter through your eyes. I don't wanna waste time. Thank you in the best way I know how. Whoa, 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 Thank you. Okay. I don't know how we're doing for time. We'll just kind of play it as we go. This is a song called Brother. And it was inspired by walking on the beach in Hawaii, where I've spent a lot of time with this amazing performer and probably the key mentor in my life as a musician, as a performer. We spent 4 days every night walking on the beach. It was around the full moon, and he would just tell me about his experience he was a Hawaiian hula instructor and performer with his whole family. It really inspired me. And this is a song to my late and great dear friend Keone Atkinson from the Big Island of Hawaii. And it's called Brother. We feel the earth with our feet, the moon leads us to the sea, where the fish lay in their ponds and dream of times now gone. The wind moves through the trees, it's how the ancient voices speak, how things must be, how we meet who we're meant to meet. Brother, you say destiny waits, we must meet it halfway, as the river meets waves. Brother, all things must change and we go our own ways. Some stays the same. Under clouds of sea foam, we talk the known and unknown, with mirrors in our eyes that reflect each other's lives. And nature and our friends will lift us up when we're tired. This is how love for all things on this good earth will be inspired. Brother, say destiny waits, we must meet it halfway, as the river meets waves. Brother, though all things must change and we go our own ways, some stays the same. Oh, 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 oh,
Wow. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for having me a part of this. I feel really honored to be on that panel and to be inspired and to. I'm really excited. I feel like everything unfolds as it should, and that song is about meeting who we need to meet, and that's been a big lesson for me. You know, being open-hearted in the world and just meeting the people that you need to create with. Cedar said in his panel about how important it is that if you're going through depression or trauma that we all collectively share because of the trauma on this earth, the trauma to our fellow humans and to our animal friends, and we can't do that alone. We can't hold that depression and anxiety by ourselves, and we can't affect change by ourselves. And when we are, even if we are as strong as we can be, I'm paraphrasing everything Cedar said, when we are weak at ourselves and we need help, we need our community. So the big lesson for me, I keep opening my heart and being open-hearted to be out there and spread that love, spread that optimism, and find the people to create the next bit of change and be a catalyst with the people that we meet. And we meet the right people. And I hope you all meet the right people to enact change within yourself and within the world. So big love to you all. My name is Buckman Coe, and I hope to hug you sometime. And I hope you guys get to see me with the full band. This is my roots, this folky stuff, but I love making people dance and sweat and blast people with horns and lead guitar and psychedelia and get crazy. So I hope we get to do that with you sometime.
Are you touring right now?
I'm right here right now. There will be touring in the summer. So yeah, thank you all.
Now, the fabulous, this one I got, the fabulous Buckman Coe. Now, you said, you should be one of the great Canadian musicians, and you said, oh, well, I'm not Anne-Marie. But I own a music school, and aside from being a political activist, music is my life. And when I first heard Buckman Coe more than 3 years ago, I've been buying up his CDs and giving them away to people and saying that this is somebody that everybody in Canada should know. And really, if somebody came to my house and I have vinyl from wall to wall and CDs from floor to ceiling, and Buckman's stuff is in the top 5 of my collection. And so I really, and when he was talking about his band, if you go and you look at his performance at the Rickshaw Theater, it was really well done, and it's a great thing. So look that up, Buckman Coe, Rickshaw Theater, and it's really good. So we were really excited that he could be part of this festival, and we were doubly excited that he was willing to sit in and on the Land, Water, and Air Defenders panel And one of the things that he said, well, I'm just kind of parachute in. I'm kind of like the musician that comes in and I play some songs and then take off. And you guys are left on the front lines. But even Cedar George said, well, that music is important. It inspires people and it lifts people up. And so that's a great gift that you show in showing up. Somebody once said, what's the most important thing about being an activist? And the answer was show up. And you showed up. And I would also say, Buckman brought a bunch of his merch. He's got all of his CDs, and he's got his new vinyl record there. And if you want to take some of them off his hands, I'm sure he wouldn't argue or arm wrestle you for it. Yeah. So anyways, thank you, Buckman. It's been a pleasure. Thanks. Now, if people can hang on, we are going to, as we clean up here a little bit and straighten it up, we are going to show an award-winning documentary film that we were supposed to show last night, but our connection was so intermittent that we couldn't do it, and we're too busy tomorrow. So we're going to show it tonight. It will be live streamed. It will be available through a special link too. But it's an award-winning documentary called Food for the Rest of Us, produced by an Indigenous woman from Yellowknife called Tiffany Ayalik. Tiffany was part of our food sovereignty panel last night, and we wanted her to kind of talk the film through, but we just couldn't show it. It was just too unstable. So we are going to show it tonight, and if you can stay, that's really great. It's worth watching. It's about food sovereignty, and Tiffany toured from the Arctic to Central America, looking at people that were looking at food issues as sovereignty and survival and cultural issues. It's really worth seeing. So we're going to show that in a couple of minutes. If you can stay, we encourage you to stay. Okay, thanks a lot.